Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit. Plasma space technology that allows you to work with the fields of the universe. By creating a wide range of plasma field interactions and conditions, it allows the body to process itself from any physical or emotional imbalance. Once this balanced condition is achieved, the soul and the emotion of the man can follow to find their balance, elevating the whole of the man. The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit. Technology of the future through advanced plasma knowledge.
The new, what we call the horizontal system. This is a breakthrough for the world of science and technology, where we can hold the soul and the physicality of the man in the same condition and operation for decades. We have the capability and the knowledge to hold on to the soul, but elevate the soul of the physicality till an illness has been processed by the two together. You can walk in with all sorts of conditions which are unthinkable today to overcome, and within hours and days you walk away with no condition. The new Horizontal Enhancement Unit, in conjunction embedded in a Universal Enhancement Unit, creates conditions which man of science and technology have never known. It creates a new condition that allows man to break through all barriers, all conditions, all plasma conditions which now has created crisis around the world, can, and within the interaction of the two systems together, create conditions that man will be from every condition of what we call collection of the fields of the plasmas in the universe. You walk on the surface of the planet, you absorb energy-packed plasmas which can endanger the life. You walk into the what we call horizontal system within a Universal Enhancement Unit, and within minutes, the balance of the fields completely allowing a new dimension and a new, what we call field transformation. In a way, if you look at this system, if you see and understand, at the moment today, we imprison our people because of their mental condition. Within minutes, within these systems, we can reach not only the soul of the man, but the conduct of the physicality of the man, which connects to the soul of the man. The application and implication of the new horizontal system is beyond imagination. If you remember years ago, months ago, I explained that in the universe we have no prisons, no misconducts, because man in the process of life will be put into these systems and you will see the change. There'll be no addiction. Those who are addicted to cocaine and heroin and the rest of it, within minutes in these systems will overcome the desire. The introduction of these systems brings a total radical change in the world of science and technology. It's not a theory. Some of these systems have already been tested and they show their effectiveness. They show their work. In a way, we change the prisons, we change sentencing to people to life in boxes, to enhancing the soul, the physicality, and within minutes, within days, they shall become a perfect man. These are not dreams anymore. These are the realities, systems, technologies, which is available to man. It's the responsibility of the governments to promote and deliver these to the prison cells, to change and close the square boxes where we put many people for years without knowing why and what's the reason. This brings a closure to mental institutes where there is no need for man to be locked up when the level of the understanding of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man does not create the balance. This technology, introduction of the new horizontal and vertical system, is a major breakthrough in the work of the Keshe Foundation and in the time to come. We introduce to you today a massive, major breakthrough, which many of you have been waiting for, and as of next year is available to all of us.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for May 7th, 2023. This is our weekly program where we gather and the souls meet, explore new knowledges, new understandings about the technology that's being gifted to us in so many ways. We thought we were going to go into the unit, but apparently the unit, in a way, is going to come to us through these plasmatic gas systems. And this is what's going on in the background, and the elevation of the soul of the man is going to happen without his awareness, at least in the first part of this elevation of the entire planet and all the inhabitants of the planet. So we're moving in quite a profound direction. I don't think perhaps maybe the doctors will have some of these units and so on, and other professionals, but it seems that the plasmatic gas, by elevating the soul of the man, many of the diseases, many of the emotional unbalances are going to be, in a way, just fall away. And of course, everyone is addicted to the gas of this planet. I know Mr. Keshe said that was one of the addictions. We were addicted to oxygen. But in that process, as this gas is released into the environment and seeps into every corner of this planet over time, as more and more people or more and more governments actually start producing this, we'll see a huge change on this planet. And it'll probably be a little slow at first, but as Mr. Keshe said, with the help of the governments, this is going to move quickly. So rather than bringing people into a unit, it sounds like we're going to work from the outside in, as Mr. Keshe indicated, where the gas will be in the environment, and just by breathing unknowingly, all of a sudden you're going to start to see changes in your relationships, changes in your emotions, elevation of the soul. And this teaching of the 484, which we will go into today, he said is, again, another one of the cornerstones of the teaching. And this is a beautiful way, in a way, a secret way of delivering the change on this planet. Because if we go out in the physicality and sort of demand it, it's not going to happen. We work through the souls, and the gas will also work through the soul level, as I understand it. So if we look in the story, you'll see that gas unit. We can show it perhaps later. But first, I'd like to start with the World Peace Treaty. I didn't have this one pulled over. And this is the World Peace Treaty. And I think people will, even though they're pretty open to signing this, as Mr. Keshe said, we basically are peaceful people. But with all the stress and all the other things, a lot of people think it's out of reach. But this is the treaty that's going to be signed by the world leaders, the religious leaders, and many of the inhabitants that can use a pen on this planet. I'm sure the lions and the ants won't be signing it, but they're going to sign it with the pen of their soul, as all souls are involved in this process. So we're going to start out just by reading the World Peace Treaty, which you can find on the Keshe Foundation. You can print this out and you can hand it out if you haven't already signed it yourself. And I asked Mr. Keshe, he said, this is the document that the world leaders will sign. I mean, it may be more involved than this, but this may be the cover page, or it may only be one page. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? I think we'll find many people much more open to this and actually report that this is what they've been looking for. So it's called the World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, and swear with our nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, body, and soul. Simply put your name, your signature, date, position held, on behalf of, again, is it the nation, the territory, your religion, your city, your town? You can sort of stand in the balance in a way to add to the field strength of this World Peace Treaty, and have it witnessed, name, signature, date, and position held. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And if you're not sure of that word ethos, obviously you can look it up, but it just means a collection of people or groups that think and act in the same manner. And of course, one of the mottos of the Keshe Foundation is that we are here to serve and not to be served. Thank you, Jacko, for putting that little clip in. I see the King in England is also there taking an oath to serve. And
maybe he had a good teacher.
Yes, apparently somebody knew something. It sounds very good, and I was surprised to hear that. Jacko put a little MP4 clip. King Charles, maybe you can say it better than I can, Jacko, that he was there to serve. I know a child was sort of reading it or reciting it, and the king was following.
Yes, the child was referring to the King of Kings, and Charles said that he wanted to do it the same, that he's not here to be served, but to serve. So in a way, it's the same like the council ethos is.
Maybe he's
And
collected a few Keshe coins in the way, and I know that's what's written on the edge of the coin. We are here to serve and not to be served. Thank you,
yes,
Jack.
and I hope he just didn't have to read it. I hope he also understands it and not just talking it.
I know Mr. Keshe said this may be one of the last kings, or this will be the final king, I think, in London. I don't want to make a prediction or anything, but I think Mr. Keshe has been alluding to this. The time for kings and potentates and queens is over on this planet, especially when the King of Kings or the Creator is here. That no one should claim this right of kingship anymore, from the popes to the ayatollahs to the rest. Thank you, Jacko. So again, you can distribute this to others, and it's not so much that we're collecting these world peace treaties, it's between you and your soul to come into that peaceful condition. And as Mr. Keshe said, our behavior and this thinking good, acting good, doing good is all part of this corrective action that is happening on this planet. What's coming up in the foundation store? Well, this is the gas unit, but I wanted to go to the next monthly meeting, which there's a series of these going on through 2023, which is called Connecting with the Soul of the Creator. And of course, the Creator is you. The next session coming up will take place on Friday, the 26th of May, 2023 at noon. And these usually go on for 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours. And again, there's no hard and fast rule of these meetings, but the one scheduled for the 26th of May, I believe, is the elevation of the children that are abused on this planet. And he said it wasn't only sexual abuse. There are many, many other abuses going on with children, but I think that was the primary one. And the following meeting in June will be to elevate the souls of the abusers themselves. And so the children will come first, that they can walk out of this in some shape or manner. I know Mr. Keshe said he was going to teach abused children how to actually transmute out of that situation. But the one in June will be for the adult abusers who are doing the abuse of the children. And again, it's not only sexually, but it does seem a very horrific operation that's going on with children on this planet. And I know that Mr. Keshe has worked quite hard with many of the security services across this planet on trying to change this situation that we have here, especially even with the Belgium. He said that he wants the king and the king's son and the entourages all to be, and I think that's going to be introduced into one of these meetings at a certain point in time, so they can come back into the walls of the Keshe Foundation, hopefully. But this is where you can sign up for these meetings. And again, other things are happening to you that you may not be aware of in these sessions. I think there's a processing going on in so many ways, but it's all about giving rather than trying to take from the system. And in that giving, you will receive, but don't go in there, as he said, to try and receive something by the giving. The giving has to be unconditional. So this is what's coming up. Again, it'll go on in May, another session in June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. So if you've missed any of the earlier sessions, these are open, and apparently the store is open to take orders now. It's called Elevating the Soul of the Children, and that will come on May 26th at this point. Now that date could change, but we'll find out later, I guess, if it does. But right now it's scheduled for the 26th. The last session we had was on called addiction awareness. And again, we've heard some testimonies, and I'd like to play one of those testimonies right now from Hassan, who's shared with us his experience of going through the addiction awareness process. So let's start with that. Anyone have any thoughts or comments up to this point? Feel free always to come in. No problem interrupting myself. Maybe Alex's teaching is a little bit different, but there's no problem interrupting and bringing a thought or a comment you'd like to add. So we're quite flexible here, but let's hear Hassan's testimony that Rick read in the last Knowledge Seekers workshop.
One thing that came up that I will ask you about, Mr. Keshe, is that it seems to go along with your theme today of changes and so on, is a testimonial from Hassan. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but he has given permission to publicize his testimonial, basically, of the addiction session that we had on the previous Friday there. And it's quite an amazing testimonial. I could read that if you wish.
Go ahead. I'm sure we're going to hear it tomorrow.
Okay. So from Hassan says, "Good day, everyone. I want to give you a beginning of testimonial from the addiction session we had on Friday. I would like to thank all those who have donated all the beautiful gifts from which I received a connecting with the soul of the Creator addiction awareness. I am a heavy daily smoker, be it tobacco and cannabis. I came as advised by the team with no expectations but to give to the system. After the session, which lasted 2 hours approximately, I felt no need to smoke again. And even though I lit a cigarette on Friday and one on Saturday, I could not smoke them. It was a heavy feeling on my lungs. I may have had 2 intakes and the rest was just puffing because my body was rejecting them. I could not inhale the smoke. I tried to stop smoking in my life before, and it was not possible being a 24 years nonstop smoker. Well, what is beautiful with the session is that with no efforts, I can say today that I feel no need to smoke again. Another thing which happened to me is that I don't feel hungry too. Even though I had dinner on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I just went for food for no reason. I think it is because of the habit, but I can affirm and confirm that I feel no hunger since the session. Another thing which happened to me and surprised me the most, and I forgot to talk about it yesterday in the KAKT meeting, is the change on my emotions too. I feel happy for no reason, and I am less irritable. I was addicted to political information and was following political talks on social media every day and was always irritated by the news and injustice of what is going on around the globe. Today, I just stopped following all groups and news which can irritate me, and with no reason, I enjoy more music and smile during my days. I was addicted to my phone and internet in general. It is all gone. What I can say is that this technology is 100% correct, and I cannot thank Mr. Keshe and all those working in the background enough for all what is brought and being done to us for the sake of love and kindness. Love you all, dear Keshe family. Keep up the good work and sharing so that we can reach each and everyone in need on earth and beyond. All my love and care to all. Hassan.
And again, it wasn't so much about the addictions, although sex, drugs, gambling, and the rest of it. He said it was, Mr. Keshe indicated that it was more about the addiction to killing other entities. He also mentioned, again, as I said, the addiction to oxygen. But sometimes when you go through these sessions, you experience other little gifts, or just by listening and interacting with the systems in lints, the soul decides to put in a change with you. And it may be only in 1 second of an hour of listening that change takes place. And again, we've just heard a beautiful testimony from Hassan. And I also like to read a lot of different articles about all these things, but they do seem to, all these political things, but they do seem to create this anxiousness or this anxiety. Maybe I'm looking and hoping that the change will be reported in the news and things will start to change, but we never seem to see that. Although we did hear a piece of news today earlier that our Secretary of State Blinken has said that they would like to work with China in settling this Ukrainian issue. So that's a very positive, but that's 1 in a million. Most of the things that we read about don't really balance us. They seem to unbalance us in so many ways, because we know the solutions are there, but the solutions are not being applied, especially with food. There's more than enough food on this planet to feed everyone in the matter state, but because of the way it's distributed, it doesn't get to everyone, or if it does, it's very expensive for them and they can't afford it. So let's go to the next part, which Mr. Keshe talks about the next session, which is this this session right here. Let me just start this. Whoops. Let me just start this video again.
And the rooster here is crowing in the background at the end of this too.
We wait and see what testimonials we receive and how people feel about their connection. What we call ritual, or what we call habits, tomorrow's session. Tomorrow's session is part of the last week's session. And in a way, it opens up our eyes to a lot of things. The May session most probably will become prelude to June session, which we would like to reach the soul of men to stop the abuse of children. And this will have a follow-up effect on the works of the Keshe Foundation in the next few weeks. Those of you who care about the children of man, those of you who like to stop the process of abuse of the physicality of the children, the way we reach the soul of the leaders and we brought the change, you will understand the change which will come through the world leaders in the next few months. We would like to dedicate May and June session to change, to bring an end through the soul of the man, through the elevation of the soul of the man, to abuse of children. In reaching the soul, that with it we bring an end to the child abuse. We'll open the session the next couple of days that you can enroll in. But this time, come in, not expect to take, but expect to bring the change. We wish and pray that you understand the meaning of this. Elevation of the King of Belgium, both the father and son, and their entourage, in promoting and being part of the major part of the child abuse and one of the major abusive nations on this planet will be target of 1 or 2 sessions. According to United Nations and the structure which said within the structure of the Belgian nation, child abuse and pedophilia is a way of living. It's us, if we raise the soul of the leaders, is to raise the soul of men of nations that this come to an end. Both raising in one session the elevation of the soul of the children and one elevation of the soul of those who abuse children. This addiction is deep-rooted in the culture of this nation. It will be for the first time we target to elevate the soul of the leaders and the citizens of one nation, that we can bring them back into the fold of the Keshe nation. We got to understand that addiction comes through the habit of repetition and being indoctrinated in so many ways through the soul of the man and soul of physicality. In so many ways, if we look at how people have become abusive towards children, we are not talking about only sexually, psychologically, physically. Child in many parts of the world, even in the Western Europe, still live slavery. But is hidden in new ways in the Western world. As we know, this Monday will become the day when, for the last time, a king will be crowned in the kingdom of United Kingdom. And then would it come the time that again the cycle of abuse of the physicality and the soul of the man will come to an end. Once man understands the totality of the elevation of the soul of the man. It's the beginning of the end of the kingship. And the kings shall walk away from being higher than the others themselves by elevation of their souls, and not by force and by kick. We'll see.
Okay, so I'd encourage everyone, if they can, to sign up and to be part of this and to save the children. In a way, I know this is one of Mr. Keshe's projects that he's been involved in in a long time, and they've been within the Keshe Foundation, as I understand it, as well, at even the highest levels of the Keshe Foundation, but it's been rooted out and within the foundation. But now the whole planet is going to go through this same change where we're not going to put them in prison. We're not going to hurt them in any way, but we're going to bring it through the elevation of the soul. That the child abuse on this planet, again, and it's not only sexual, as he said, there's many, many children working as slaves in different parts of the world. There are children being sold by different families to get a little bit of money, and so on and so forth. So all this abuse, and especially in the sexual end, but not only, will be coming to an end. And you can do that through your giving, through your soul. And this is the process of these meetings. So the first one in May, will be the elevation of the soul of the children, and then in June, the elevation of the soul of the abusers. And so we encourage you all to take part and relieve the suffering that's going on this planet in so many hidden ways. Much of this is out of the sight. Yes, we read about arrests and we read about imprisonments and so on, from street sweepers to even presidents. As we see, Mr. Keshe worked with the Belgians for, I think, about 12 years. So he's quite familiar with all the things that have gone on, I think, more than he's even told us in the public realm. But this is beautiful that we can elevate the nation of Belgium to move away from this lifestyle and to become back into the Keshe Foundation again. Any thoughts from anyone? So all the souls are going to work together, and they are working together in this process. And we'll hear about 15 minutes here from Mr. Keshe on how the souls work together, even though we're operating, as he said in the previous session, where more than 50% or more of our position on this planet is actually dictated by the soul, even though the physicality thinks it's running the whole game. There's a master or a power behind it, which is, we call the soul of the man, or the energy source of the man. And we're trying to understand this much more, the souls working together, and try to distinguish the work of the soul and the work of the physicality, and when they also work together. And this is what is a struggle for most of us all the time. Certain people have certain things in certain areas, but we're trying to understand more. And let's just listen to about 15 minutes where Mr. Keshe goes through this small example, but very instructive in how the souls actually work together in a way.
When do we recognize that we are listening to the call of our soul? And when do we consider that the call we hear is a collective call? When we do something for ourselves, and when we do something for other souls. As we discussed last week, last times, we think we are in charge of, we think we plan everything, but we find out in between the soul does its job. It's using the physicality to get to do work for other souls. We never know the chap, but we crash into his car during the lunchtime, as we said, and then we find out the reason was the guy was actually in the car with a mistress which was cheating on the wife, and this way he had to be found out, that the wife finds out, and the rest of it. In a way, that accident was part of it, that you decided to go to work. The other part of it is that the collective souls set for the dimension that the soul of physicality of the man or whatever comes to the point of what we call the judgment, the point of the whole thing to open up, that the soul of the wife, which is aware of the misconduct of the physicality of the husband, gets the physicality of the wife to know. And then we know the rest of the stories. So, as we see, we are partially working in the way under the banner of us planning the working 9 to 5, but the souls, in setting up what has to be done, set up the rest. So we see that we actually live in both dimensions. We actually have this problem that we lived 9 to 5, but at the same time we serve the souls of the others to free the soul of somebody else to become aware of physicality of misconduct of the other through whatever it comes. This is what we call accidentally. Eventually, we find out there are no accidents. We have to distinguish between the work of the soul and the work of the physicality, and where one ends up with the other, or when do they work together to bring to man to a point. This is what is happening today. Every man has lived through the birth of one way or another, and now collectively the human race is coming to the point that all souls are becoming educated to reach to the point that the man gains the knowledge to travel the depth of the universe through the energy of the soul of the man. This is where most of knowledge seekers and most of the humanity have been blocked, have not understood, have not come to understand that in one way we all run our 7, now 8 billion physical lives, but collectively our souls works to organize everything for all the souls to reach a point of maturity. And this is where the new manifestation of understanding and knowledge will arise, where the man will become mature to understand not only I live a life of me here, but I live through my soul the life of connection to the rest of the creatures of this planet. Somebody kicked a dog and needs to be straightened because the soul wasn't happy what the physicality did. So get somebody from another point of the world to turn up and kick the guy to understand you kicked the dog, see how he feels. So if you understand this, then man collectively become one when they live the life of Mitra. To talk good, to think good, and to act good. Which means none of us makes a mistake, that for the others to be set up to. And so the soul of the humanity, the soul of the living life of this planet will move in one direction, in one process. To get to that point, we need to create a condition that all physicalities live a correct life. A life without hunger, a life without pain, a life without poverty of the minimum. Does not matter what we call minimum. This is the responsibility of the world leaders to bring humanity to that point. And this is why in the call of raising soul of the leaders, we brought you to that point. This is our call, this is the revolution, and what I call control of your soul with us to understand what we need. To what extent would we go to produce this condition? To what extent we go collectively to create a condition that is not me anymore, is us, but us is the soul of totality of the race of the man, the cat, the dog, and every living thing on this planet. Then it comes, if this is the case, what happened to the soul of the planet Earth in conjunction and in interaction with the other souls? When we do good, we act good, we live good, then what does that will do in connection to the rest of the creations of the Creator? Now you see, now you understand the behavior of the totality of the man or living things on this planet has effects on other souls in the universe. When you do wrong, then another star has to get the kick and the galaxy has to kick it, and then it comes another galaxy kicking that galaxy in the soul. If you understand the proportion and the scale of the work, Then you understand, when you have one brick set wrong, the whole wall will be twisted and twinkled. And that little brick, which has gone wrong and has created too much twinkling and bending on the wall of the Creator, is the creation of man. And this is why you all had these prophets trying to get you sorted, trying to get you to understand, trying to educate you to live the path of Mitra, that the wall of the creation stands straight. The wall of creation stands correct. Just 1 second, please. Then we understand. Then we come to the point of understanding is not anymore me, is not anymore the soul of me, is not anymore me as one man, is the soul of the creation and the created on this planet as the totality of the life. Then we stand responsible to create the next generation of man with the right conduct, that the wall stands straight from here to the Creator. Maybe some of you will come to understand why we create all these technologies to create food, to get rid of your pains, to create energy, to create everything else for you. Because this is the beginning of the cycle. This is the beginning of creating comfort for all created. That the life of the man does not need to do wrong. And everyone in every shape or form, even the dog and the cat, will live the life through the soul, the life of Mitra. Because man is physical. And as I said, when we come this time, we correct everything in one go. And we cannot just say to do good. We cannot say just to don't do a crime. When we create a condition that you cannot feed your child, when we create a condition that you see all the wrongs, and then you have to find a way, and with the class difference, with the race difference man has created, pushes one society or other in a direction just to survive. With it comes the rest of it, the criminality and the rest of it. Why majority of the crimes, according to the statistics on the prisons of the United States, are blacks? Because the society marginalized them from the beginning, brought them in as a slave, but not as equal. And to change the what we call the rednecks to understand that there is no difference in their blood than the black man, and in a way they owe the life they have to them, that they build this nation of the United States, then we don't have this problem. Now the time comes when the knowledge and the technology we deliver does not know any race, color, religion, or whatever. When we produce a maggraph, when we produce the enhancement systems, we don't ask you if your color is black, yellow, or white. When we teach, when we bring the knowledge, I never asked any of you in past 20 years of teaching and promotion of the life on this planet to be equal and peaceful. Are you black? Are you white? Are you rich? Are you poor? Do you have a blue eyes or do you have a brown eyes? Are you Jewish? Are you Muslim? My knowledge, my love has been freely given to all of you as a knowledge, that with that knowledge, with understanding of it, then you learn to give unconditionally. This is the gift which we bring. This is the way we bring this, that becomes the style, the way of life for mankind. With it, we bring the technology to teach you how to make the energy, how to feed yourself with gases, that in a bigger dimension, then the world leaders bring man to that point that everyone gets what they need, where the monetary value has no value anymore. We teach the governments and we teach the citizens. Where the government fails, the citizen picks. Where the citizen fails, the government picks. And this is the way it will come. In the coming weeks and months and years, you will see the change, the evolution in the soul of the man, where by the time I finish, no child on this planet will sleep hungry. This is the promise we gave, and we keep to that promise. And you've seen the beginning of the evolution of it. You carry a headphone, you carry the dimensional extension of the soul. I can reach you with the food and medicine that you feel no hunger. And the technology sits within the frameworks of the Keshe Foundation in this. No child needs to go to sleep. No parents need to worry if I can feed my child that will not go to sleep hungry. Where this is the mobile phone, just put the headset on.
Yes, Gianni, go right ahead.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Mark.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Is that Horatio too?
Yes, yes. Hello,
Oh,
hello.
welcome. Welcome. Thank you.
Suntem chiar în ton cu ceea ce domnul Keshe ne-a împărtășit.
We are already in connection with what Mr. Keshe shared with us.
Și vrem să anunțăm că sunt deja 3 centre ale dăruirii în România.
And we want to announce that there are already 3 centers of giving in Romania.
Le-am numit spațiile dăruirii.
We call them the space of giving, free giving.
Deoarece toți cei care intră liber, indiferent de culoare, rasă, religie.
Because everybody that enters freely, no matter of the color of race of anything.
Tot ce avem în aceste spații punem la dispoziție tuturor.
All that we have in these spaces, we are putting at the disposal of everyone that comes there.
Cei care doresc să învețe tehnologia Keshe, stăm la dispoziție.
The one that wants to learn about the Keshe technology, we are at their disposal.
Și da, putem spune că dăruirea despre care ne vorbește domnul Keshe funcționează.
And yes, we can share with you that what Mr. Keshe explained about the giving and the sharing, it's confirmed with us.
Se întâmplă deja și mulțumim cu domnul Keshe.
It is already happening, and thank you for the gift that Mr. Keshe gave to us.
Și a doua parte, care are legătură cu primul testimonial.
And the next phase that is related with the testimonials.
În dispozitivele de mediu pe care le-am făcut în timpul atelierului.
In the workshop, we made some how would you call it, environment device.
Device, yes. Le-am folosit.
We used them.
Și unul dintre lucrurile pe care le-am testat după 3 minute de respirație.
And one of the things that I tested after 3 minutes of using this device.
Am gustat câteva picături de vin.
I tasted a few drops of red wine.
Și m-am amețit imediat.
And I instantly got drunk.
Mi-am pus înapoi aparatul, am mai respirat 3 minute mi-am revenit complet.
And then I put the device again, and I breathe again 3 minutes, and I recover it right away.
Și așa mâncam puțin înainte, acum în timpul sesiunilor de respirație nu mai este necesar.
The eating was already, in my case, very poor, but after the breathing with this device, I have even less hunger.
Toți cei care intră în aceste spații, le punem la dispoziție aceste aparate.
All the people that want to try this device, if they want to came to the places that we have at their disposal.
Dăruim și modul de facere a acestor dispozitive.
We are sharing the way we are making these devices of environment.
Și le punem la dispoziție tot ceea ce este necesar să și le construiască.
And we give them all they need to make themselves these devices.
Mulțumim. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gianni. Thank you, Romania. Thank you, Moldova. And thank you all to the knowledge seekers in the Keshe Foundation. I know you sent me a video, Gianni. I'll try to download that for later if you're still with us. And was that the device? Your breathing device?
Să le punem dacă le am la îndemână și dacă pot să le pun.
I can share them with you if you want. I have them with me.
Sure.
Here.
Sure, if you'd like, that's fine.
Ok.
Do we need to make you a co-host or?
Vedem imediat.
We will see. 1 second.
Okay. Okay. Sometimes the screen comes up in back of the background screen, and I don't always know. We're just waiting for Gianni to share.
Un moment.
And of course, Gianni's done a lot of sharing, as we see in the reactor group, in the Spanish language community, and many other places, as well as through universities in Romania and Moldova, with farmers, with animal husbandry people, and so on. And there's even the beekeepers and the ones raising goats. So we've seen very, very positive results from the work Gianni and his team they have received from the Keshe Foundation knowledge, and they're freely sharing this knowledge.
This will stop author sharing. Do you
Yes.
want? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we see your screen.
Okay.
And this is the blue elephant.
Yes.
Yes.
This is the blue elephant. The gift from the Space of Giving from Avram. It's a environment device. We use it to breathe the air that is between the plasmatic fluids.
Right, and this is a plasmatic, yes?
I'm so sorry, I can't see anything but a bunch of names and the view. Like the names are all like in
Yeah,
Same here.
I see
Yeah.
the I think you have your camera on. Let me stop video. Okay, I stopped your video, Gail, what are you seeing?
I see, you know, when you have all the names of the people that are present, kind of like squares across the screen.
Okay, I think this is something to do with the co-hosting. Let me make you a co-host, Gail, And
then
then
we'll test.
I think Claudia is having the same issue. This is what Alex was talking about with the focus.
Okay, now I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay, so we're going to make
Yep.
everyone a co-host.
Yeah, thanks.
You're next. It's going to take me a minute to go through the list. Just hold, Gianni, please. And
Okay.
if
Okay.
you don't want to
Can't
be
see it, yeah.
co-host, you will not see the screen. I thought we tested this before the meeting started, but
it's-
apparently there's something new in Zoom. It's called Focus, and Alex had said it reported.
Yes, but
Go ahead.
Mark, I was
Yeah.
a co-host and everybody's seeing the screen, so I think you only have to have Gianni as the co-host.
Okay, let's try that.
Well, I can see him now, that's for sure.
Okay, Gianni, let me just make you co-host, Gianni.
Okay.
Apparently this is some sort of new feature or something. Is anyone not seeing Gianni's presentation with the blue elephant?
That was
I
good.
can-
Okay,
Yeah, I
Jacko,
can-
you're not a co-host, but you're seeing it? Very good.
Yes.
Okay, so it's the one sharing that needs to be the co-host. Okay, and that way, Ike, are you seeing this if you're with us? Okay.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, I think we've solved that issue. It's the one sharing that needs to be a co-host. Otherwise, anyone who's not a co-host or host would not see the presentation. Okay, let's take it from the beginning, perhaps. Yes?
Okay, and one other thing.
Yes.
I'm seeing, like I normally cannot copy anything, but let me just go back and check it. If I'm a panelist, I can see the 3 little dots and I can save my chat now.
Okay.
Before I couldn't even copy or do anything, so it's
Yeah,
much
that's
better.
some features somebody must have thought they were being correct in doing, but it seems to maybe we just need to work with it a little bit more to understand it. This is what was happening to Ed earlier, and that's what I tried to mention to Alex about this. But
Okay.
apparently the one sharing needs to be a co-host. Okay, let's take
For
it
me, I'm
from-
fine now. I can
Great.
see, yeah.
Great. Okay, let's thank you, Gianni, for holding. Let's just take it from the beginning, perhaps.
Okay.
We see you're just opening the blue elephant box.
The elephant that is environment device. We use it to breathe air that is filtered by plasma fields.
And that's what Klaus had said. When you take a bath with cup number 1 and you're breathing in the steam that's coming off the bath water, you're actually inhaling plasmatic without the matter state. This is what he seemed to be indicating when you're in the tub and you've eliminated the matter state just by breathing in what's evaporating or the steam coming off the hot water. Please continue, Horatio.
This is the yes, this is the recipient that we put the gas. We will take it out now. We will put it in this position. We will connect it to the. This is the breathing tube, and this is another tube filled with plasma. And now we're preparing ourselves the liquid with the drops of plasma. Here, please. This is where we put our plasma liquid.
I think they normally refer to this as some sort of atomizer.
Yes, this is atomizer for kids and for breathing.
Yes.
That's
for
why
asthma
the
breathing.
shape of the elephant to make it easier or something for the children. The one I
Yes.
have is just a standard white unit. There's no shape or, like an animal or anything. So this seems to be like it would be just for a child to accept it in a way.
Yeah, yes, just a toy. Beautiful cover.
Excellent. I've never seen one. A blue
So we took,
elephant.
yeah, so we took the drops with amino acid and the plasma water from above,
fără gan.
without the gas, only the amino acid and the plasma water from above. 3 drops from ZNO and CO2. We're closing the cap.
So the 2 basic ganses,
Yes,
2 of the 4 basic ganses.
and we connect it to the blue elephant. And now we take the mask and connect it. And now we start. How you can see what is happening.
Yes, we see the vapor.
This is only 3 drops of gas.
Îi rog să se uite și în spate, la câmpurile care se văd pe perete.
And Johnny asked to look in the background of the fields that they are showing.
Acum adăugăm 9 ml de plasmă.
And now we add 9 milliliters of plasma water. Nine milliliters is enough for 1 run.
Is this the same as the CO2 and the ZNO, or is this a different plasma water?
Este la fel,
It is the same,
dar am folosit gradiente diferite ca să obțin efectul maxim.
but I use different gradients to have the maximum effect.
Asta o să o discutăm la final.
We will talk about this at the end.
Now, how long are you using this? I know I had one of these a couple of years ago, and someone told me who uses an atomizer that if it's not recommended, they could have been wrong, that it could cause a problem. And I think I was using the plasma water in it, but I strapped it on. Are you just exposing yourself not too many minutes to it? Or just a few breaths? How is that working?
Now explaining, you take 1 breath through the nose and exhale through the mouth, and then inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nose.
Okay, so you're
3
not
times.
you're not affixing it to your face. You're not putting a strap on and wearing it for 10 minutes.
Oh, no.
No.
You just inhale how you
Yep.
you like it, how you feel it.
Se inhalează doar când simte.
You inhale only when you sense that you
Want to take a breath.
Cum am spus.
yes. So Mr. Keshe explained, the breath through the nose touches the soul directly.
In through the nose and out through the mouth, or?
Yes, 3 times, and then backwards, in through the mouth and out through the nose.
Got it.
And then how you like it, how you feel it.
Dacă dorești o ții, dacă nu o depărtezi.
If you want, you can put it on your face. If you want, you can take it only closer. It's how you feel with it. After my experience, I took 3 minutes of breathing to this device, and I took a very, very nice nap after that.
Nice. And what was the reason for this? For feeding, overall balancing, a combination of things?
Este un dispozitiv de echilibrare mediu.
It's a device of environment balancing.
A venit printr-o prietenă care avea astm bronșic
We came through a friend that has a problem with breathing
și ne-a întrebat dacă putem face ceva.
and asked us if we can make something with this.
Am făcut aparatul în joacă,
We made this device just by playing with
l-am
it.
testat,
We tested it.
mai am experiența dinainte,
I had other experience
am mai jucat cu diferite aparate pentru respirat,
with different devices for breathing,
dar m-am gândit în special la copiluți,
but I think about the kids especially
pentru că o făceam împreună cu Adora
because I used to do it with Adora
și îi plăcea.
and she liked it very much.
Claudia, did you want to say something? Sorry, I just opened the chat. You said hello. I didn't listen anything with this subject.
Sorry, I was talking about a person and I
Okay.
didn't put the name. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay. Yes, we've seen these before. I actually have one. But someone recommended to me, and maybe that recommendation was wrong, but they did say because it's positive pressure, not to wear it. And I did wear it for a little bit. But maybe it's just the breathing, as you said, not connecting it with the strap. Sometimes we think more is better, but more is not always better.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Dispozitivul este conceput în așa fel să poată fi folosit fără pompă.
This device, you can use it without the pump, without the elephant.
Doar partea de deasupra.
Only the top part. So,
Da, exact.
Just like smoking narghila.
Nu, se vede cum e.
Deci
doar partea aceasta.
Just this part you can use it without the elephant, so you can breathe through it. You intake the air.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a plasmatic way of doing it, as I understand it.
Mai ales că furtunul se poate băga într-o altă sticlă cu apă plasmatică.
And you can put the tube inside of a bottle with plasmatic water.
Și efectele sunt magnifice.
And the effects are very, very magnificent.
Primele pe care le-am construit în acest mod, fără motor, fără pompă.
The first of them that I build them without the motor, just this device of breathing.
Acum le-am făcut pe acestea pentru că sunt foarte mulți care le folosesc cu medicamente.
And we show this to everybody because many people have these devices and they use them with medicine, with the drops of medicine inside of them.
Yes, that's what my father had for medicine when he was in the hospital, and they were giving him the breathing treatment, and they sent it home with him to continue it at one point in time a number of years ago. But I still have the unit, and I played with it a little bit.
So this is the different is the interactions of three gradiente.
Trei gradiente diferite.
Three different gradients.
Am ajuns la acest punct. Aici, în spate, unde pun furtunașul, este filtru.
Here, where I put the hole, is a small filter.
Acesta.
This one.
Este un filtru de... eu am pus bumbac.
This is a cotton filter.
Unde am pus gradiente, aici am adăugat și gans.
And here I put some filter.
De aici începe jocul nostru.
From this is where the game is beginning. From this filter.
În celălalt, deci care vine imediat la tub, o să-l vedem. Deci aici sunt 12 spire
These are 12 spirals
cu un alt gradient.
with different radiant,
Același CO2 ZNO.
the same CO2 and ZNO.
Și al treilea este lichidul care îl punem în interior, care este cel mai slab.
And the third one is the liquid that we put inside, that is the lower one.
Așa creăm o curgere.
This is how we create a flow.
L-am folosit și fără motor și chiar este mai intens.
I use it without the motor, and I think it's more intense this way.
Am pus apă plasmatică și o frunzuliță de plantă.
I put plasmatic water and a leaf from a plant.
M-am simțit dintr-o dată într-un câmp cu lavandă. Lavandă am pus.
And I instantly felt in the field with lavender because I put in there a little bit of lavender.
Este magnific.
It's magnificent.
Și folosim picături.
And we use only drops.
Din eprubetele care le vedem aici, practic ajunge pentru ani.
And these little containers, it's enough for a year.
Și mai ales cei care folosesc vor să și învețe să și le facă.
And of course, the people that use them want to learn how to make them themselves.
Stăm la dispoziție pentru oricine.
We are at the disposal of everyone who wants to learn.
Dăruim cunoașterea pe care o avem acum, la fel cum ne-a fost dăruită de către domnul Keshe.
We are sharing our knowledge just like Mr. Keshe shared his knowledge with our understanding.
Mai sunt și alte două variante, pot să le prezint scurt.
There are other two ways. I can present them to you very shortly, if you want.
Sure, we're here to learn and share knowledge. No question. Did you, the person that you got this from had a breathing problem like emphysema, or he had some sort of lung issues?
Yes, she had asthma, I think.
Okay. And did you apply this with that person? Was this appropriate for that?
Of course. After she tried it, she felt very, very easy with the breathing.
A venit obosită.
She came very tired.
Și momentul când cred că 3-4 respirații.
And after 3 or 4 breaths,
și a revenit.
Instantly he recovered from the fatigue.
Yes.
Fiecare am avut câte o experiență, cei care l-am folosit, am avut câte o experiență magnifică, particulară.
Everyone of us that tried it has different experience with that particularly.
Geta?
Și eu m-am jucat cu aparatul.
I played with the device too, a little bit.
Și am avut o respirație mult mai ușoară și mai multă claritate.
And I have a better breathing and a great clarity in my head.
Very nice. I know when I was, when we went through this problem in 2020, where they were making you wear masks in different locations going into stores and things, I had trouble breathing with the mask, and Mr. Keshe advised me to make a 50-50 solution of cup 1 and cup 2 and spray it inside and outside the mask. And that seemed to relieve, I felt restrained breathing through the mask. I didn't like it. And that seemed to eliminate that issue I was having.
Primele care le-am făcut în timpul COVID-ului.
The first mask that I made them in the COVID period.
Uh, De fapt, înainte, că am prezentat-o chiar cu vreo 2 ani înainte, care am făcut-o prima pentru mine și Geta.
Actually, before 2 years before, I made a device for me and Jetta to try it.
Funcționează în loc de cele 2 gansuri cu o cupoviață.
It's very okay with 1 cup, 1 life, and always with 2 basic gases, CO2 and ZNO. It's the same.
Okay.
Aici, important este un început, după care fiecare ia la cunoștință protocoalele, o cupoviață și toate celelalte.
The important is the beginning, and then people can learn and get the knowledge about how to use these masks.
And where will you be sharing this? In the Spanish group, in the different groups? How would people join up with you to learn about this device more?
Am postat în toate grupurile și cei care ne-au invitat le facem. În grupul spaniol facem același lucru, explic cum l-am făcut.
In the reactor?
Yes, in plasma reactor group.
Yes, in plasma reactor group and the Spanish group, of course, we will explain to the people how we made it, all the people that ask
Și
and want to
oriunde
learn.
suntem invitați.
And where we are invited to, we are gladly present how we made it.
Great. I know there's professionals that just deal in breathing. I forgot what they call them. Pulmonologists?
Breatharian.
No.
Breatharian. No?
No, not the breathing that way, but I mean just helping people that have lung issues, as far as capacity or what have you. And this would be a perfect segue into their whole area of work, perhaps.
Mark, is the video of Gianni on the screen?
No, Gianni stopped sharing.
Okay, that's good. I lost my internet connection, and then when I came back on, there was no pictures. I just wanted to check.
Okay, he had stopped sharing. I don't know if he stopped it. I didn't stop it. Gianni?
Yes, we stopped it. Yes.
Okay.
Mai pun doar un video.
I would like to share just one video.
Thank you, guys.
There you go, Gail. You can see that, Gail? Gail? Okay.
I see lots of green. No, it's okay. I can see it. I even see Gianni. Thanks.
Good.
Aici este alt dispozitiv.
This is a different, another device. Plasmatize it.
Am uitat să spun că masca, tuburile au fost la nanoacoperire pentru 24 de ore.
And I forgot to tell you that all the mask and the tubes were put and immersed in nano-covered nanoplants for 24 hours to nano-cover.
În special nanoacoperire exterior.
Especially exterior nano-covering.
Pe interior doar le-am clătit.
Inside I just washed them.
Aici am arătat cum prietena spunea că nu are acasă recipiente mari. I-am spus că are același lucru în eprubete.
Our friend said that she didn't have any big jars with plasma, and I told her that you can take from these little test tubes. You use only drops from them.
Right. Micah has asked in the chat, you put 3 drops of GANs and 8 or 9 ml of plasma water in the device, correct?
Yes.
No guns, fără guns.
No
No,
GANs.
no gas, just plasma water. And the drops is amino acid and plasma water from above. The gas is on the bottom of
Yes,
the jar.
you're only using the plasma water. And what GANs are best for helping breathing and the lungs? Well, it seems like this is working quite well. The CO2 and the zinc, yes?
Yes, yes.
Pentru situații în care, un exemplu, îmi simțeam mucoasa de pe tractul respirator, așa zisa răceală.
When you sense in the throat the sensation of cold, you know.
În același dispozitiv se adaugă din ocup o viață 3 picături.
In the same device, you can add from 1 cup, 1 life, 3 drops, and use it for that. Because he contains a little bit of copper oxide in it.
Da. Aici, în acest caz, ocupă o viață, funcționează imediat.
In this case, 1 cup of life, it would work immediately.
Yes, and I think we're going to see so many more testimonials as people start to become familiar with this and they employ it into so many things that we haven't even thought of yet. So this is where this is going to be my wish about seeing a constant flow of testimonials using the Keshe plasma technology from every corner of this planet.
Mark,
noi am povestit despre kitul pentru viețuire.
Mark, we used to talk about the kit for living.
Este aici în foto. Aici îl vedeți.
Here is it in the photo.
Noi îl avem cu noi peste tot.
We take it with us all
wherever you go, like a travel kit.
Yes, yes. A life kit, not a survival kit, you know.
Life kit, yes.
Life kit. Excuse me, Horatio. Did you have something you wanted to say? I see the mic is open.
No, I think it was me that came in.
Oh, okay,
A
please.
minute or so ago, Mark. It's Daniel from.
Oh, yes. Hello, Daniel.
How are you doing?
Well, always well.
I can see that. What I've been using for years now is a facial steamer. And I put in CO2 whenever I have a cold. And I just breathe in for about 10 minutes. And I don't have any problem with colds anymore.
Daniel, just a moment. Allow Horatio to translate for Gianni.
It's okay, Johnny understands.
Am înțeles și noi le testăm deja.
I understand, and we tested for a long time this this method.
Also, I was subject to getting, well, susceptible, I should say, getting flu each year. Since I started using the facial steamer, no problem. Even when I was getting cough during, I was a little bit frightened during the COVID era.
Yeah.
I would use it and the cough would disappear.
Do you want to just review that one time, Daniel, with us, your method or how you've applied it yourself? Again, these are individual, sort of a testimonial in a way, but again, this is
nothing so sophisticated as what Yanni is showing. But what I did was order, and this was years ago, I ordered a facial steamer from Amazon. And then I would steam for about 10 minutes, just breathing normally, not with the, one in through the nose, out through the mouth, that type of thing, alternating, just breathing in and out normally. And for about 10 minutes, and I never had problems with coughs and colds or the flu again.
You mean since then?
Yeah, it's about 4 years ago that I started this.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
So,
that
no,
was
it works. It works very, very well.
so you would put it into the water that was making steam going into the facial mask.
That's right. Well, yeah, you just, there is a sort of an area where you can put your face into. The facial
Yeah.
steamer. You
Yeah,
can buy them on Amazon.
I see. Okay.
They're about $30, $25, somewhere around there.
That
And
yeah.
and I just put CO2 plasma water into the part that steams, where you apply the heat, and it'll steam after a few minutes, and you
Yeah.
just breathe in and out for 10 minutes. Now, whether it's effective as Gianni's method, I don't know, but it certainly got rid of my cough.
I was going to
cold,
say it
flu.
certainly worked for you.
Yeah, I've had no problem. So the key was essentially, like I said, I've been doing this for quite a few years now. And it worked very, very well. So I just thought I'd inject this into there in case somebody said, well, maybe I can't get hold of a device that's sophisticated.
Yeah, those are a little expensive, aren't they? I don't think they're like $10. Or how much was the mask you bought?
The steamer?
Yes.
It's just a facial steamer. If you just go into Amazon and
You find
put
it.
that into the search engine,
Got it.
they have a base that heats up the water. It's a very little area, maybe, I don't know, an ounce or so. And it has an area that you can put your face into. And it steams and you just breathe.
Amazing.
So nothing sophisticated, nothing expensive. And I found it works wonders. So I hope maybe this will help some people that find, well,
Yes.
maybe this device might be a little expensive for them, or maybe they can't get them in their area.
And I think you may need a prescription to buy one of these devices. I'm not positive.
No, they're facial steamers.
No, not the facial steamer, the professional Blue Elephant.
Yes, that's a little bit above what I was using.
Yeah.
But the results I got were, I would have to say, probably equal.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So anyway, I hope that helps.
Definitely.
Yeah, the idea is that you can use with what we have it at home already. So if you don't use it anymore, you just put a little gas and
Yeah. If
you
you got the
breathe.
CO2 GAN, you just put it in, that's it.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Aș vrea ca să adaug ceva.
I want to add something.
Aceste dispozitive sunt dispozitive de echilibrare mediu.
These devices are devices for environment, balancing environment.
Ele sunt concepute, cum îl vedem pe cel din foto,
They are made how you see in this photo.
în același mod toate, ca să poată fi folosite fără pompă.
The same way, so you can use it without the pump.
Mie uneori îmi place să îl pun undeva sus și nu să respiri prin el, ci în cameră să-mi facă pulverizarea.
I like it just to put it on and just leave it somewhere up so the steam can go inside the room.
Prietena noastră, când a intrat în încăpere, înăuntru, fiind plasmatizată toată, acolo imediat i s-a reglat respirația fără dispozitiv.
Our friend, when she entered in the room where the room was plasmatized, immediately she felt ease and relaxation with the pain.
Pentru că în spațiul dăruirii am început cu pulverizare nanoplante, apoi plasmă, am făcut exact ceea ce ne-am dorit, un mediu echilibrat.
In this place, we sprayed with nanoplants, and then we sprayed with plasma water to make the environment just how we like it.
am nano-acoperit casa.
We nanocover the house entirely, inside and outside.
Chiar nici n-a fost necesar să folosim căldură.
And it was not necessary to use any heating for the house.
Și magnific ce se întâmplă când o facem împreună.
And this magnificence when we are making it together, many people with the same intention.
Am făcut video și în plasma reactor group și în celelalte.
We have the videos and we will share them with you in the Plasma Reactor group and all the places.
Great. And of course, the Plasma Reactor Group is Wednesday, 7 a.m. CEST time. And the room Zoom number is 939-474-503. If you'd like to see more, or if you want to put anything in the chat, Gianni, for people to contact you directly, feel free to do that. But it seems like it's all about gases these days. I know Mr. Keshe had showed us on that energy blueprint. I think it was sometime last year where he talked about these plasmatic gases, and steam in a way is a gas, a water atomized into the air. But this is the way it's going to go, and I think it's going to be delivered beautifully and basically without anyone really being aware initially of how it's going to seep into every crevice and every crack in every neighborhood and every jungle and so on, in every desert around this planet eventually, to other cities next. So there's a beautiful process going on. And as we'll play, Mr. Keshe said one of the major world leaders has taken a bite of this apple.
I have a question.
Sure.
Okay.
Question for Gianni. I have a central humidifier on my home furnace, but all the air goes through metal duct. Does that defeat the purpose? I had put a vial with GANS inside the humidifier where it was sitting in the, yes. But all the ducts are metal.
Exact asta vreau să spun.
This is what I want to share with you.
Am evitat aceste tipuri de aparate datorită metalului care e în interior.
I avoided this type of devices because of the metal inside.
Dacă ai această pompiță, poți să pui uleiurile volatile și ți-o face acest aparat, fără să mai fie necesar metalul.
If you have this little pump, you can put inside all the plant oil and you can make a nice environment in the house only with this little pump.
Okay. But having metal in the house in general, is that not useful?
Nu este vorba despre metal ca fiind bun sau rău.
It is not about the metal being good or bad.
Pe mine văd cum îmi absorbe câmpurile, metalul.
I can see how metal is absorbing my fields.
Eu vreau intensitatea câmpurilor să fie cât mai înaltă.
And I want the intensity of the fields to be higher.
Și atunci folosesc un recipient cu care să mă ajut la asta.
And for this I use a device to help me to use these fields at a higher level.
Plasticul pe care pot să-l nanoacopăr.
The plastic that I can nanocover it.
Ceramică, sticlă.
Ceramic, glass, I can nanocover very easily.
Și sunt conștient că toți avem fier în casă.
And I'm conscious that every one of us have iron in our houses.
După ce am nanoacoperit casa cu nanoplante și plasmă, și fierul s-a nanoacoperit.
After I nanocovered the house inside and outside, even the iron inside the walls became nanocovered.
Chiar și cel de afară nu s-a mai oxidat fiind nanoacoperit.
Even the one outside did not erode anymore because it was nano covered.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. Anyone else have any questions? Again, you can join us in the reactor group Wednesday, 7 a.m. CEST time. But feel free, Gianni, to put your contact information in the chat if you'd like.
Okay, Mark.
Any? Yes.
And Gianni,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I've had an internet going off quite a bit. Did Gianni say that having metal, like I had a metal, what do you call it, frame for kitchen counters, and I'm deciding whether to use it or put it out and use something else?
Nanoacoperele.
You can uncover the iron that you want to use.
Acum putem să o facem și în altă formă, chiar în vopsele, să ne adăugăm nanomaterialele făcute de noi.
We can do it in another way. We can add in our paints the nano. You
Like
can use
the
the
gas?
paint. The paint you have. You can
Pentru vopsea vorbim de nanomateriale, nu GANs.
For the paint you use only nanomaterials, not GANs.
Okay, because I have, they have red oxide that we use to cover the metal. Is that something?
Nu aș folosi oxid de fier.
I wouldn't use iron oxide.
În general, o vopsea transparentă, pentru că cu nanomaterialele pe care le adaug, îi dau și o anumită culoare.
I use transparent paint because when I add the nano parts, I can give a different color.
Okay, is there anything wrong with the red oxide? Because that's, you know, when you have rust, it stops the rust on the metal.
Eu nu văd lucrurile ca fiind bune sau rele.
I don't see things as being good or bad.
Oxidul de fier este oxid de fier și eu vreau altceva, o intensitate mai mare. Atâta tot.
Just iron oxide is a level of intensity, and I want a higher intensity, just like that.
Okay, so if I mix something with the iron oxide, will that work? No?
I don't know. If you use paint has the base, a different base.
Yes, thank you.
So
am în casa mea destul fier, nu mai vreau să mai adaug altul.
I have enough iron in my house. I don't want to add some more.
Vreau să elevez fierul din casa mea.
I want to elevate the iron in my house.
Și aceste lucruri putem să le discutăm în plasma reactor group, te rog, ca să continuăm.
And these things we can talk in the plasma reactor group. Please.
Good idea. Thanks.
Yeah, basically, Gail, it was that had said she'd put it into her humidifier on her furnace, and it has a metal ductwork where it delivers the hot air or the cool air, depending if she has refrigeration hooked up to it as well. And Gianni was saying that the material would, the steam would interact, or some of it would interact with the metals. So he prefers not to do that way by putting it into your heating system. In other words, there's a humidifier that can be added on to a heating system so the air isn't so dry, let's say.
Well, in my house, well, actually, we don't really need a heating system here.
You don't
but
have to worry.
many people do in South Africa, in Joburg and so on, even in Cape sometimes. In my area here, no, I don't use anything really.
Pretty soon you'll be just able to put your head outside the window and just take a big breath. as
Oh.
these plasmatic gas systems come into operation.
Yeah, that's
But
very
for
true.
individual
True,
and
true. That's a
yeah,
good one. True.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, that'll be happy.
Yeah.
Marc, primele pulverizatoare le-am făcut în modul cel mai original.
The first sprays, I made it very, very original.
Mergeam să sprayez orașul
I used to walk through the town and spray all the town,
și toți se uitau la mine ce fac.
and all the people are looking at me and ask themselves what I am doing.
Eu mă pulverizam pe mine,
And
Yes.
I pulverize myself
pentru că aveam în spate un pulverizator de 16 litri.
because at the back I had a pulverize of 16 liters.
Am inspirat peste tot, cu tot corpul.
So when I pulverize all the city, I inspire all my body.
Când
Yeah.
facem pulverizarea cu nanomateriale și plasmă, eu fac dezbrăcat.
When we make the spraying with plasma and nano plants, I used to do it without the clothes on.
Oh,
Without
good
any
idea.
Yes, we saw you handling the bees with only a pair of shorts on, and you were plasmatizing yourself, and not one bee stung him.
Amazing.
Okay, I think we're going to continue with let me just share the screen, and we're going to go to another part. Alex, how are we doing in the background? I do have a couple other clips, and we're going to do the Dome of Peace. All right. So let's just continue this again on these gas units. There's two about 7-minute clips that I'd like to play. So hopefully within 20 minutes or so, we'll be right back to you, Alex.
All good.
Good? Okay, great. So let's just move it up here onto these gas units. Let's go to... there. Okay.
Busy himself with. How many of you claim, how many nations claim for over centuries and thousands of years, they have seen these flying saucers, they've landed, they come and go, but how many of you have seen aliens mark it? Opens every Sunday at 6 o'clock and closes at 12 when the church bell rings. Now you understand how the life of the man has been entangled in a mess of what they call slavery to physicality. We teach you, on the other hand, we open the doors to the governments to create without them knowing the condition for the change, to bring in the position of the conversion. We teach you how, and we give you why the gas units. We give the same gas unit production to the governments to run the power stations and sell the gas to you. But there is a difference between the gas we produce through the gas system and the gas you get from the depth of the plant.
Okay, so just to clarify that point, the gas they produce in the gas units is different than the gas that you extract from under the crust of the earth. Okay, so one is a matter state and the other is a plasmatic gas. So they're two different gases, even though they're both referred to as CH4 or CO2 or something. It's in the plasmatic state when it's delivered through the systems of the Keshe Foundation.
The gas we produce touches the energies of the soul of the man. Whoever touches the gas finds peace, finds elevation of knowledge, finds the process of. I cannot sell 1 trillion, 1 billion gas units, but I can get the governments to create the gas stations, to feed it down the pipelines, to get to you, and through electricity to you. We change man without the man knowing. We correct the behavior of the man without the man knowing. Now you understand how deep our work is. Do you remember? If you work with the gases, we told you to inhale. And if you inhale the right combination, it helped you with your corona, with the virus. Killing and destroying your life is the habit of the man, is a virus. I cannot sell a gas unit to every single house, but I can get nations to pipe it down the lines and to mass deliver it, that no citizens of this city which uses gas as a part of the energy of the burning in the house and electricity will do no crime. It's easier to get the governments to change than loads of men to change, where without them knowing, we deliver the totality. In a coming time, you hear in the industrialization of the technology, we have cities that there is a zero crime. Find the mayor, give him a prize. He has found somewhere that there is no crime. Yes, find the Keshe Foundation, which has put a gas producer station in the town and is changing the solar. We have our own ways to deliver, and we still play hard to get. Because if we play easy to get, then they see us as a fool. And it goes back to the habit of the past. We know man well, and we play the game of the man, be it from his leader to street cleaner. Now you understand what is set for humanity to come, and we have started that process. But this way, we touch the life of every man, because when that gas burns to produce that electricity, when that gas burns to cook for you in the house, the gas's energy that you inhale cooking over change you from hating your husband to loving him. Finding the life difficult, you find pleasure in living. People with anxiety in the city now cover the same. Don't forget, we said all the time, 1 atom of hydrogen can cover a universe. They change the process of the manifestation, elevation of the soul of the man in totality has started. But we're still there to make a little patches there and something else there to keep you busy, to educate man, to find a way to the governments that it changes the inner structure of the life on this planet. And then it changes, it ingrains in the soul and a dimension of soul of physicality and what we call DNA and RNA. We know our game. We know how to reach. Very soon you hear cities which are fed and supplied by gas from Keshe Foundation, and the governments have the majority of it. Yes, we know, we understand, we play the fool, but these cities become the example. We shall not see crime in them, we shall not see no child going hungry in them, we shall not see no one sick in the way they've been. And then they look for a question. How did this happen? Nothing. The knowledge of the Creator to the hand of the man through the government has said to do.
So are we all getting the big picture of what is actually going to take place? Unless you can hold your breath for eternity, you're going to breathe in this plasmatic gas, which is going to elevate your soul and create a more peaceful condition. And this is what's happening. He can't sell everyone a gas unit. They're quite high priced at this point, 15,000 euro. But you could bring it into the church, into the school, into the jail, and so on, which would create a beautiful condition for everyone participating. Is someone's mic open? Could you close the mic, please? And this is how it's going to be delivered on this planet to bring that change, all happening at first in the background, and then I think people will start noticing and then wondering, and hopefully the governments will start to share what is actually going on. But apparently what we saw in the orphanage with 100 orphans, and when they introduce a MAGRAV or a different system in there, the use of diapers, the incontinency level of the people in the orphanage, they've become self-aware. They've started respecting themselves in a way, Mr. Keshe said, or realizing more about themselves. And the result was a reduce in diapers in that orphanage. So now he's going to extend it. Is somebody's mic open? Now he's going to change it on a much bigger scale. So it's the same process. Now, Alex, we have a couple more clips to go through. Is that okay, or would you like to come in now? All right, we're going to continue with this clip for 10 minutes, and then we'll have 2 other small clips to play. And then you're welcome to take over. But again, this is how it's going to be done. I always wondered how Mr. Keshe was going to upgrade and get the attention of the entire planet. But now they're not going to go into the system. The system is actually going to be delivered from the outside to the inside of the man through this plasmatic gas. And I thought this was a phenomenal idea when it was first introduced. As he said, we can put it into all of the carbonated beverages, whether it's wine or soda and all the rest, sparkling waters and so on. This will be introduced hopefully into those products as well. And again, little by little, over periods of time, this will start changing. So the governments are happy that they have energy that they can produce themselves and not so much depend on the others for it. And the Keshe Foundation is happy because we're achieving this elevation of the soul of the man. Let's continue.
And then they become examples. As many of you know, today El Salvador is in that position. The president of El Salvador has become unique creature. He has managed to make prison. He's put 65,000 people in prison, all the criminals, and the crime rate has died. And he's found a solution. He has not elevated the soul of the man. He has entrapped and imprisoned the physicality of the man. These men, when they break out, and he hasn't solved the problem. As I said to the ambassador, give the prisons to me. And this lot will never commit a crime. We'll give them to cook in prison with the gas cans, where the soul education comes in, where the elevation of the soul of the man comes in, and then when the man finds peace. You imprison the physicality of the man, a freed soul of the man that will never imprison the physicality. This is the dimension which now we have created for the world leaders to walk into, thinking they do well for their nations, but in fact, they carry our wishes. They carry the way we want things to be done, the way it will change and ingrain in the soul of the man, in the DNA of the man, in the RNA of the man, without the man knowing. How many of you we have thought about the gases and magravs, and how many of you have made it the wrong way, created the wrong energy, and you're still in the same mess? Mr. Keshe, my magrav doesn't work. Your system is wrong. But the soul of the fields of the universe, through the magravs which don't work, has already reached you. Now you understand. We know our way. We know the way. We have to work on the level of individuality and work on the level of the government. We have to change the air the man breathes on this planet, that it shall not commit a crime. And how can you reach the air of this planet except through the gases? Except through the gases which flow the planet and the man breathes. We throw the gases in production into the rivers, and we cover the soul of this planet with gases. Isn't this the way those of you who came to us in different parts of the world and from different parts of the world, I gave you 3 cups. 1 cup to inhale, 1 cup to drink, and 1 cup to wash the body with, or make it as a unit to attach to physicality. Now, in a bigger scale, we have started change for what this planet brought short to man, that made man to live, create the condition of criminality and injustice. You are happy with the gas? I am happy with you to burn, to change the air of this planet. That what is breath by the cat and the dog brings and elevates them to the same as the man does. You are happy with the free energy of the gas. I am happy that I change with the release of the gas, the elevation of the plants and the animals and the rest. When the Creator works, he knows how to get the man going. In the next few weeks, one of the first cities on this planet working on the gas cans will go into operation, maybe 6 months from now. And then we watch the behavior, the social structure, the way the citizens of the city will change. In another city, we start the gas cans power generators. That will be much easier than you burning the gas, because they burn it for you in thousands of gallons and liters to give you the electricity. And you find the same with the citizens of that city. We have started the process, and the world leaders have taken the bite. They are happy that they have independent free energy, and we are happy that we get what we want. In burning the gas, they produce waters which is embedded within it. The structure of the elevation of the soul of the man. When you burn the gas, you create water, and the water goes to be drank by the same souls as the bread that gas ate. I am master in my work, and I know how to play with an infant, and how to play with the educated man, and how walk the world leaders to do what we want, the way we want, for them to keep governing, and we keep to bring the change. Now you understand how the world of creation will evolve in the dimension and understanding of the totality. The time for the lion and the lamb to sleep in the same den has come, as all will breathe from the same air as the gas and drink from the water of the burning gas, and then as it rains on, sleep on the ground, which is saturated with the same, where they receive the energies, not for the dimension of physicality, but the elevation of the soul of the man and the animal. This was promise, and the promise is fulfilled. The lion being the leaders, and the lamb is citizens. There should be no king, there shall be no one to claim the crown of kingship, as all are equal. All breathe the same air, drink the same water, and sleep on the same land that we have elevated. Instead of going within, we have walked from outside to go within the soul of it. Now you understand. Now you'll come to understand more how in the coming months and years we have changed the man from criminality to become the lover of Mitra, to live by the ethos of the Creator. This is what the promise has been. And we have managed to get the most powerful man on this planet to bite the apple. Not knowing what they're walking the nations into. A nation of no criminality, a nation of no hunger, a nation of all equal in taking what they need from the energy of the man. Then they would not think about, we need employment, we need to keep people busy, as the man in the elevation of the soul become the traveler of the universe, and this planet will lack numbers to keep the structure of life. If the leaders of the world do not understand what is about to come, in a very short time, less than half a century, as we see, there is a restriction on how you can leave a city or a country to go to another. World leaders in a handful of decades will create a condition how even the souls cannot leave this planet, as we are depleting and we cannot keep the services to the rest of the humanity the way we want to do, as we would like to protect the life on this planet. Man has a habit of trying to find out what's behind the next mountain. Now man has the habit to find out what's behind the next solar system and next galaxy and the next universe. The Creator has never created more peculiar animal than the man. And that has been one of the beauties of the creation. The curiosity has given extension, and the need has brought expansion. Just think of one point. If there was one man and one woman where the life started with, and now it's 8 billions of you, do not forget so many percentage every year die and a new one comes in, how from one spot on this planet, the next village, and the next village, and the next city, and the next country was created. As the families expanded and the water resources, which was the cause of the creation of life, came to its limitation. So man went to the next village, next spot, and made his own village. But the beauty of it is, where would man make another village in the universe called the village of Earth? We are travelers of the earth, but we are not the refugees. became to expand and created. Many of you will come, and the recording of today will become one of the cornerstones of the teachings when you understand how we delivered what we promised. When we get the world leaders working with us, it works much faster. And when we create a condition of the position that brings peace to the world leaders, they become baffled the way the citizens will respond. I am master of disguise. And in a way, we teach you. And it's for you to understand what is being taught and what is to come.
Okay, so this is quite open now to everyone that this is the way the technology, we all thought we were going to show people how to make a nano-coated wire and then to make a GANs and then to, and that will happen. And that will happen as well, I believe. There's going to be thousands of new products, but this is not the way. He said it's much easier to change governments than it is to change a bunch of men. So it looks like the cooperation of the governments is, or starting to get into place. We'll see some of these test cities, but it's all going to be done in a way, and I'm sure there's other aspects to it as well, but the majority of it is going to be delivered, this change, this elevation of the soul to all the inhabitants. Again, whether you're an ant in the jungle of Brazil, or a lion in the jungle of Africa, or a polar bear up in Alaska. This is the way the change is coming to everyone because they all breathe the gases of this planet. It was interesting, New York City just outlawed gas usage, I guess, in any sort of new construction, but there's probably going to be some pushback as we see in Germany where they got rid of the nuclear power and now they're buying the energy from France and Poland and other places that have nuclear reactors. So I think this gas idea, again, is just not going to last very long. And beautiful that you could bring it into the jails, bring it into the hospitals, bring it into the schools, and so on, with little reactors. But I think the majority of it will be brought through these governments. And this is the way we'll change the man. As he said, he's a master magician and a master of disguise, as we all know. I want to play one more clip before we go to the Dome of Peace, if that's okay, Alex. And this is, again, about feeding, a very interesting point. And we know that we don't want to look at other entities as energy packages and so on. Mr. Keshe said he's going to, in the future, he will teach us how to feed through our eyes. So this is, again, a subject that will be taken up later by Mr. Keshe. And let's just hear, it's only a 4 or 5 minute clip.
Okay, from Nanoplasma Time. Thank you for the knowledge and love we receive from you. I am in the way of my killing beings to feed myself. If he consumed eggs and milk and their derivatives, I am thus killing beings. Thank you.
It all depends how you feel. The biggest problem we will have is for the whole environment of change has to come collectively. That will see it. How we can do. You cannot suddenly stop eating eggs, eating meat, everything else. It's just, as always said many times, drive a car 100 kilometers an hour and just hit against the wall. Is we have to go through the process of the whole environment of this planet, the whole environment of the structure changes. That we don't see packages of energy as food. Doesn't matter if it's an apple, an animal, or whatever. And we change this habit by providing that sensation, that emotion does not come up. So am I eating alive if I eat the egg? Am I eating alive if I eat the raw eggs? If I eat this, what we call fashionable things which has come up, is partially as what we call messages. It's our job to change the course of this planet in a way we have set out to do, to create energies that the whole race benefits by it. And sometime in the future, going to supermarket will be just for refreshing the memories of what we used to do. The supermarkets become like museums because we have found a new way to live. And this is the future. Stopping something or the other, unless you have reached a point that everyone around you has the same understanding and capability to feed themselves through the fields of the soul, then we can all move forward. Many Chinese went into the cycle of using the fruit ganses and then putting it around the cup of water and drinking the water. One day, very soon, when you reach the totality, I teach you how to feed yourself through your eyes. And then you'll see the marvel of creation. We love through our eyes, and that's giving. If man learns to take energy directly through the soul, through the eye of the man, that's the art of life, just like it is. Thank you very much for today. And we call it the day. Sorry we had to shift the teaching of today for a very important reason. And we'll see you next week. And hopefully see you tomorrow in the addiction session. I hope we have more people with the change of the habit of satisfying habit change in the session tomorrow. Look for the Keshe Foundation meeting with the soul of the creator abuse of children, to first of all to raise the soul of the children which are abused, that they walk away from it, and then the soul of the abusers. Thank you very much for today, and we'll see you in the coming time.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, once again for an amazing workshop here.
Okay, so that was another revelation. In a very short time or in the future, he's going to teach you how to feed yourself through your eyes. Again, I don't think any of us thought that could be possible, or maybe we have thought it was possible, but very beautiful. And again, changing governments is apparently easier than changing the man himself. So this is what's being delivered. I think you all understand it. Any questions about this? We're going to go to the Dome of Peace now, or any comments anyone would like to make. So it's not going to happen in a way. I think once souls become elevated, they'll obviously want to know more about this technology, and maybe that's where we'll come in and teach them a little bit about the matter state interaction with the plasma and so on. But he said in the next number of decades that this planet would become depopulated if the governments don't restrict people from leaving. There won't be enough people here to take care of the people that are here and meet all their needs. So there's some big changes coming up, but this is a process we're going through, and slowly at first, but then speeding up, we're going to start to see the changes worldwide. So it's all on the table now, unless something changes, how this technology is going to be delivered in a very hidden way, at least at first, if I'm understanding this correctly. So we're going to go to the Dome of Peace. I'd like to play a little clip before we do go there from Pamela. And Mr. Keshe was talking about giving and our understanding, and to sort of get a clearer understanding of what this means in this giving from our souls, let's say. But we're just going to play a 4-minute clip here, and then we'll go to the Dome of Peace.
Any other question?
Okay, question from Pamela from Brazil. Mr. Keshe, we are trying to put the pieces together to understand the communication and the emotions. In past teachings, you said that for a person to go to the moon through the lens systems, you created a mini soul, and that by the dynamic of the stronger giving to the weaker, you made the soul shift of the knowledge seeker. More recently, you said that we could do an exercise for soul expansion by visualizing the interaction between the soul of the man and the reproductive organs, and that these also produce mini souls. Adding to what was said about the Magrav device, we have the lower coil associated with the reproductive system and the formation of the rays, the beginning of the cycle of creation, but also that the rays are formed from the plasma of the emotions of the soul in the upper coil, starting the cycle again. My question is, would the intention in giving something, in sharing our love, be like these same rays or mini souls?
If you're not expecting to get something for it, it's not far from it. But if you do it with the expectation, you have already changed the course. A lot of people give expecting something, and this is where the problems with the man starts. And if you get used to understand, then even if you get it the wrong way, it will sort itself out. Where you actually take because you don't have anything to give, but you're very generous to give what you don't have. So the soul receives what you want to give, and it gives for it. In a way, you're just the intermediary of the emotion for your soul to do the job that satisfies your emotion. And this is the way it shall be. If one understands, then you can travel this kind of universes.
Okay, so as Hassan had said, when he went into the session, he was advised not to expect anything, but I believe he said to give to the system or to give in general. And now we're at the Dome of Peace portion of this program, which I did not pull both of them up for some reason. I think I ran out of time. But anyway, we know what the first part of the Dome of Peace is spreading the Gans water. And as Mr. Keshe said in a number of teachings, sort of jokingly, tongue-in-cheek, he says, years ago, he said, this is how you take over a planet, by spreading the Gans waters. And now we see that the plasmatic gas, or the Gans gas, is going to be the actual effective method to reach everyone, delivering from outside to the inside. And now let's just go to the second part of the Dome of Peace, where we use our souls in the same method, is to, instead of releasing the water of Gans, we release the fields of our soul, which everyone here I know understands that, and they participate in the daily sessions with the Brazilian team, or with the daily sessions with the Universal Council at 9 p.m. And there's different times for that, but this is how we're spreading our fields to bring that elevation. And we'll just read or we'll have Shweta read the second part of this. And again, every Sunday at 12 noon and 6 p.m. CEST time, we're collectively releasing and covering this planet with Gans waters. And anytime you'd like to join the other groups, the Universal Council, and the elevation of the souls in the same manner, but not by using the physicality or releasing the Gans water, but by giving from your soul. And this is what this part of the creating the Dome of Peace is all about. Thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
So again, we know about a little bit about the expansion of the soul. That's one of the things that happens in the monthly sessions. Usually we start out with the expansion of the soul. And again, this is spreading our fields. Collectively, we're much stronger. The same way with releasing the Gans water. Collectively, we are stronger. And we're bringing a different combination of fields. So on the soul level, same thing applies. A combination of fields will reach eventually, when the souls are ready to accept it, what we're giving. But it's the practice of giving. And as Mr. Keshe said, he would handle the physicality. And it was for us to practice using our energies in the expansion and the freely giving from our souls. So let's take 5 minutes and actually, okay, all right, let's, rather than continue here, let's take the 5 minutes of silence and practice this, again, elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the souls of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of the world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth, and all the inhabitants here and across the universe. I think we'll be learning to use our fields. As he said, once man starts to understand this traveling in the universe, that we always seem to want to know what's over the next hill, what's over the next mountain, what's in the next galaxy. And this is going to happen to this planet, apparently, in the coming decades, let's say. So again, with the feeding, it's not going to stop tomorrow, but it's a process. And the same with the people leaving and exploring the universe. Some of them will come back and share much of what they've learned and what they've seen, and maybe even bring back artifacts. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, let's start now. Just and we're all pretty familiar with this. Start by giving from your soul, which again, Mr. Keshe says is the easy way to work. Trying to change things through the matter state, as we just heard with the gas units, trying to deliver units to everyone or get this going and that going is very difficult. The work is going to be done through the plasmatic gas, as I understand it. And now that one of the major governments, or the major government on this planet, has taken an interest and probably has made agreements with the Keshe Foundation, that this technology will move forward. So let's take our 5 minutes here and practice giving from our own soul. And we can start now. Thank you all. And as Shweta read, just don't do it one time, but do it all the time. If you see a picture of a world leader, if you hear their name mentioned, if a thought comes into your mind about a certain world leader or religious leader, give to that soul, because we're going to have to become more familiar with giving, I think, than taking. Especially as we go into space, Mr. Keshe has told us the universal community thinks more about what they've given each day. Have I given enough? Rather than the way we look at things, have I taken enough? So please continue this process. And again, you can do it anytime. You can join with the Brazilian team. I believe it's at 2 a.m. CEST. And that is the daily intentions, as well as on Wednesday for the elevation of the International Atomic Energy, the world leaders, and so on. And that one is at 6 p.m. Now, the Telegram is not available anymore, but I think they're conducting this through the Zoom meeting platform. And of course, with
Mark?
Yes?
The Telegram is okay now in Brazil.
Oh, good. I was just
Yes.
hearing from someone that the Telegram is the least supervised platform. That's why all the whistleblowers set up a website or set up a thing on Telegram, because no one is really telling them what they can put, what they can't put, and so on and so forth. So most people have migrated to Telegram. And I'm so glad to hear that. So now you're back on Telegram. Excellent. I know the issue was sharing the chats, but hopefully that has been resolved one way or the other. Thank you, Claudia, for that. Okay. I think Alex is more than ready to come in. Sorry for the delay, Alex. I know you wanted an hour and a half, but it looks like we've gone 2.5. So, but I think it was well worth it with what we've shared today. And if you're ready to share, I will play the disclaimer again, and then we can go right into your session of teaching, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, here we go. Let's just play our formal disclaimer, and we'll go right into the teaching. Oops, let me just bring this back. There we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, Alex, we want to welcome you and thank you for your patience, and thank you for sharing knowledge with all of us. You have a unique way of teaching, as we all do, and sharing, and we're looking forward to what you'd like to present to us today. So thank you very much. I see your screen is coming up, and just waiting for it to fill. There we go. You're on. Thank you again very much, Alex.
Well, thank you very much. That was an awesome introduction today. I really thank you for your fine work. And I want to welcome all the attendees to the North American Knowledge Team teachings, and especially the foreigners, because it's the foreigners that's making this one such an important meeting. We wouldn't be very strong without you. This isn't just a North American effort. This is a worldwide effort. And that brings us to a very important discussion today, my opinion. And so I hope you enjoy this trip, because we're learning about the technologies as put forward by Marin Tevakoli Keshe, which has to do with the modern plasma science. And this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science. We're in the intermediate outer space level here, and we're going to discuss a cocoon. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is May the 7th, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So this is a continuation from the basic outer space series, and which is a continuation of a lot of series going back to the introduction back in October 14th of 2020, which I'm very grateful to the Brazilian community and all their efforts to make this happen. And now we're in the intermediate outer space series, and we just left the blood of heroes on the ground last week, and now we have a discussion about the cocoon and what that means for us, because we're still searching for outer space. We're trying to get on that plasma highway to that pie in the sky, and the only pie in the sky that we can get is this tiny little red perfect world we call Earth space, which is in the bottom right hand corner of this picture. And we see that there's a whole lot out there. And how do we get on this highway? And so that was discussed in The Structure of Light, which is book number 2, as part of a 3-book series. And so we're kind of having this problem with our space and our addictions and just the whole lusting experience, because we like to keep our eye on the pie, but the fact of the matter is it's just a piece of the whole pie. And we always dream of bigger pies. And, one has to question what children dream of, and what youth dream of, and what adults dream of. And we all want a bigger pie, but it's still just a piece of the whole pie. So we're setting some limits, and we have to break those limits. We have to shed those limits. And so let's start with defining plasma, and we see that it is a kind of energy state, and there are many kinds of energy states. And the radiance of our inner space is a kind of energy state. And the radiance of our inner space comes from somewhere and goes somewhere. And so 2 points of reference is understanding our Earth space while we're searching for outer space. And this becomes a very important issue. It's actually a life and death issue. And it's also intimately tied into the creation of the universe. And wouldn't it be nice to know how the universe is created before we leave, as so many of us have left and have no clue. And so when we look at the cover of book number 1, we see the universal order of creation of matters and how all of these things come together, and it all exists from energy. And energy is always in motion. And so when it comes together, it has to stay in motion. So that means there's a coming and going, and we always have to figure out where from and to from. And so that means all things are in combination. And so to understand if it's going to or coming from, we allocate a charge. And so energy is a charge in motion. And it's always positive. But when we look at the plasma science, we see that it's magnetic or gravitational. And this is affected by the rotation of the field, the speed of the rotation, the strength of the field, and then we can determine the direction because it's all relative. It's relative to other forces. And so fundamentally, when two forces come together, we see that this is a manifestation of PM ticks in motion. And we could say, well, it's just a dream, but it's an inertia. It's an inertia manifestation. And it doesn't account for time and distance. You see your planet, you choose your planet, and we're here. And how did we get here? And so we find not only when we got here, but we got here with a certain amount of knowledge because we can't remember. And so how do we remember? And so this is embedded in what we call the emotion of knowledge. But in this emotion of knowledge has to have a carrier, and that becomes an energy feeding pack, which we call a PM tick. And that has to be gravitationally stable, doesn't it? Because it's moving at a phenomenal speed, and it transcends the entire universe. And each of us has been able to do that. And so understanding this, it becomes very, very important. So the fundamental rules, of course, is the plasma feeding rule. And so it becomes part of creation where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so that could be on a certain level, or it can transcend different levels. And so we find that the opposite to natural creation is natural decay. But natural decay is a form of creation as well. And so there is a midpoint, and it has a catalytic stability. And so the question then we always come when we're looking at this is, are we coming or going? Because either way, it's a creation, whether it's a natural creation or a natural decay, because plasma feeding is a two-way street and it follows the rules of attraction and repulsion. We call it magnetical and gravitational feeding and feedback systems. But there are sequences, and these sequences are determined by, well, they're determined by you, because you have choices. You can turn it on or you can turn it off. And this affects how you feed the system. Or you can increase or decrease the strength. And you can enhance or diminish the position by these other choices that you've made. And so you are the one who has to make the choice. You have to act like the last man standing. And you can imagine the trepidation of the caterpillar goes through when he becomes a butterfly. And that's what we're going to talk about. Many things we've talked about in the past in this series of teachings are going to come into play now. We talked about transmogrification, where a caterpillar changes into a butterfly. And you can ask many questions. So how did the caterpillar know that he was going to become a butterfly? And does the butterfly remember that he once was a caterpillar? And how is it possible that these come one from the other? So there is some kind of transmutation, but it's a very extreme transmutation. So when we look at what transmogrification means, it means to convert or metamorphose or transfigure, transform, and transmute. So all of these things mean a change into a different thing. But when you talk about transmogrify, that means something that is kind of strange or preposterous, a preposterous metamorphosis, such as like a frog transmogrified into a prince. When we look at a pumpkin seed, can you see the transition to a pumpkin? I'd say that's a very preposterous metamorphosis, but we're quite used to it. And so we're used to the butterflies as well. And so that's okay. Well, they can do it, but we can't do too much. So one of the things that they have, like a seed has a shell, and a caterpillar makes a cocoon, and that's what we're talking about today. A cocoon is a covering, and it's meant to protect the young as they develop into adults. Okay, well, we don't have cocoons, but moths, some butterflies, earthworms, and leeches, they make cocoons. But most butterflies, and just to be technical, form a chrysalis. That's not a cocoon. So moth and butterfly cocoons are made by the young, which are called larvae or caterpillars. And so cocoon and chrysalis are, kind of used interchangeably. But cocoons are specific to moths, and chrysalises are formed by butterflies. Okay, well, so much for the technical issue. Another 10-cent word, occlusion, or occlusion. Caterpillar turns into an adult, and that is the process of becoming a butterfly. So after a caterpillar is wandering around for a while, decides, and I don't know how he decides this, makes a simple silk pad on the underside of a branch or twig, and then uses a hook-covered appendage, and it attaches itself to this pad, and it twists around and embedding itself into the silk. And at that point, it sheds its skin and reveals the chrysalis. So what that means is underneath the skin is the gans. So this becomes a gans reveal. So the chrysalis is actually the soft gans forming a coating so that the caterpillar can transmogrify into a butterfly. And I wonder during that time, if the caterpillar is having some dreams, because it seems like a pretty radical change. And so this chrysalis is actually forming after the final molt of the caterpillar's skin. So what happens to that? So basically, the caterpillar digests itself. Well, I hope while it's doing this, it's dreaming. Because you see, it releases these enzymes to dissolve all of its tissues. And so this kind of reminds you of GANS production, doesn't it? And in this process, it takes about 5 to 21 days, depending on the species. And then this whole process kind of reminds you of the way we produce our cups of life. You see, because we take this physical thing we call the zinc plates, copper plates, and nano-coated copper coils. And we have this GANS radiance manifestation, which we see CO2 GANS, calcium GANS, zinc GANS, copper GANS, amino acid GANS, and H2O GANS, which is water GANS. So we've been able, shall we say, to digest the physical spectrum and create a plasmatic spectrum. And we know from that plasmatic spectrum that we can create this physical spectrum. So there's this crossover point, which is a bonding dimension. And because it's a two-way street, it's a covalent bonding dimension. And so this bonding dimension is actually the reality dimension. So depending on what we're talking about, it still has to transcend this dimension. And so we're going to call that just a vanilla radiance. We're not going to call that the caterpillar's radiance or your radiance or whatever. Well, we're just going to say that there's a magnetical gravitational relationship which creates a soul within a being. And that being is on this planet Earth. And so this planet Earth is another field. And so that field interacts with the soul radiance field and creates another field, the inertia field. And so these are all relationships. So let's remember that when we have a relationship, you need to have at least two. And so these two create a third. And so when we see the two together, as we see in this plasma inertia family, we see that there was glass. Glass was solid, glass was physical, but inside there's the GANs. So, you know, if we were to break the glass, the GANs would spill out. So that's just kind of like shedding the skin. And then inside there's this hole in the GANs. And that's where the soul resides. So when we see all these different transitions, and the fact of the matter is that this is in water, and above the water is the air. So there's a whole lot that's going on. And it isn't just what we're seeing that is believing. The believing is in the knowing, and the knowing is in the dreaming. And I guess the caterpillar is dreaming of being a butterfly. And so we see these two processes, we call them natural decay, where we're going from a plasmatic reaction down to a physical reaction, the physical reaction being at the lowest energy state. So these are all different energy states, and we could say there's a relationship between carbon-16, carbon-14, and carbon-12. And then there's a natural creation. And so we can see that it goes from the physical state into the plasmatic state, the same way we did with the cups of life. And so we go from carbon-12 to carbon-10 to carbon-8. So we say the carbon-12 is the element, and all the other carbons are isotopes. And so we see that there's a natural creation and there's a natural decay, but it's a two-way street on both sides. The truth of the matter is that in the process of natural creation, there's also simultaneous natural decay. And that would be in a higher energy state. But if we were to drop down into a lower energy state, which we say is natural decay, there would be a comparable energy state of natural creation. And then if we take these two fields and understand that there's a relationship between the plasmatic reality and the physical reality, there's this boundary. And we can't see it. And maybe we can't explain it. But we're the observers. We're seeing it happen. And unfortunately, too many times, we fudge the truth. And so this is what we have to do. We have to iron out these relationships. And we say, well, 1 and 1 is greater than 2, but which one? Is one is the same as the other one? So if we were looking at this balance, we say that balance is a Maggrav condition between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. If we were to say that one is the scientific responsibility and one is the spiritual responsibility, if we can bring those two together, well, this is the plasma science, and this is how it adds to the knowledge. The only real question that we have is what rate of change can we do this? So it's the inertia of relations that affects it all. So we see that these changes in energy states, because they can increase or decrease, if we're going on a plasmatic level, they can increase or decrease by an order of magnitude. So that's 10 times. It isn't just additive, it's multiplied by 10. And so we said that the speed of rotation affects the field strength, and the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. So how do we identify which state is which? And so we see that the strength is accommodated by field rotations. And it is this accommodation which allows us to transcend not only each state, but we can transcend multiple energy states. So one energy state is Earth space, that's a kind of energy state. And we can definitely say that Earth space is gravitationally stable. Another one is inner space. And we could say that that's gravitationally stable. So what creates this stability? And so we find that this plasma energy is bound to the ethos of the universe, and there's nothing more stable than the universe. So even though we have this stability, we have this changeability. And so we see the conversion where we have the gravitational conversion from a higher energy state to a lower energy state, but we also have the conversion from a lower energy state to a higher energy state. And so this has to do with our enhancement and diminishing of field strengths. And we get to choose. Did the caterpillar know this? What school did he go to? So we find that the soul went to the school of inertia. And as such, when two fields come together, they form another. And once we get into this star formation, it develops a very strong inertia. And so there's a convergence of energy and a divergence into a field, and then allows a conversion to another divergence. And that converts into another energy, which could be that dream of bigger pies. And so what keeps this gravitationally stable is that the merging of these two fields create a conversion field of inertia. And that is governed by the soul of inertia. So the inertia manifestation can be of any kind. And so when we're talking about the vanilla manifestation, the PM ticks are the magnetical feeding. Now we've discussed the PM ticks as an energy pack. And so it brings all these energies together. And they create this Magrav condition that is a combination of the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter. And so that becomes one plasmagen convergence, but it has to have a relationship with something else to get a feedback. And so we're looking at our environment being the earth space as being that feedback that feeds to the plasmagen conversion, which is part of our feeding. And it creates a field interaction of inertia. This becomes the inertia manifestation. But what kind of manifestation is it? Well, it could be a moth, it could be a butterfly, and it could be humans. And we all travel this plasma highway, and we all follow these rules that are governed by the connector, the carbon-14, which connects us to this highway. And so we have an on-ramp and we have an off-ramp, and it takes us from the plasmatic reality to the physical reality and back to the plasmatic reality. It doesn't specify the direction though. All this specifies is the change in energy state. That's it. So there are other things to take into account. And so when we look at the periodic table of elements, we find, well, you know, my dear Watson, they're elementary. That's why they're called elements. But life is much more complex because it's a collection of many elements. And so it would be accurate to say that the sum of the parts is greater than the sum of the parts. That's why when you buy a television and you turn it on, it works. But if you were to take it home and disassemble it, good luck to you. And that's the difference between knowing the details versus the details of knowing. So when we look at this periodic table of elements, we have some anomalies here because we have solids, we have liquids, we have gases. And then when we look at the halogens, helium, neon, argon, and krypton, they're inert gases, neutral. When we look at the amino acids, we see that we have hydrogen gas, nitrogen gas, oxygen gas, carbon. Carbon on its own is a solid. This is an anomaly. It's a very important detail. And why it's an important detail is because it's part of the amino acid structure, and the amino acids are the building blocks of life. Hello. And so when we look at the amino star, and we see that there's a relationship where we have stronger fields, and there's all a relationship to the hydrogen field, which is the smallest field. But these other fields also have a different field strength. And so there's a flow of energy back and forth there as well. And so you can see there's a whole lot going on within the field and in between the fields. And that's just one picture. And so there are many other things that you take into account. So if we introduced iron, and we found that that is the component of blood, where we see that the blood is a iron tetrahedron, where the iron is the center, and it has a field strength of 26, and the oxygen has a field strength of 8, but there's 4 of them. And so this is how we're anchored to the Earth space. And when we look at the butterfly chrysalis, sometimes the butterflies excrete a red liquid. And this is sometimes mistaken for blood, but it's actually a pupil fluid. It's not blood at all. It's made up of waste material that is produced during the pupal stage. So the thing is that if it's red, it's probably oxidized in somehow. But we find that the caterpillar seems to be able to dissolve all the waste and everything. And so something is always something as opposed to something else. And so in the beginning, we created the caterpillar, but then that caterpillar created the butterfly. So what is common to the two of them? And that is the plasmatic air. And so we see there's a big difference between what we call plasmatic air and the physical air. And we discussed that earlier when we were discussing carbogen. So we see that there's all the amino acid components, including the sum of the parts, is plasmatic. And what's really interesting when we look at all of these halogens, when they exist in a free state, they're actually diatomic. So diatomic is different from molecular insofar as there are 2 atoms that are linked together. And so there are many different groups of elements, and we discussed this before. But this is an important point where we see that the nitrogen is actually comes with a buddy, a pair. So you never see a nitrogen 1. It always comes with a buddy. And then when we look at these other chalcogens, they seem to combine with copper. And that's what chalkos means in Greek. And we find that oxygen has an atomic number of 8 and is a member of the chalcogen group in the periodic table. And what makes oxygen so special is that it forms oxides. It's a highly reactive non-metal. And it too comes in pairs. And then we have this carbogen. And we discussed this back on the Intermediate Knowing series in October 31st, 2021. And carbogen is a gaseous mixture of carbon and oxygen, sorry. It's a mixture of carbon and oxygen. And its formula is CO4. It's not interesting. And so in order for this carbon solid to be as a gas, it is as a carbon dioxide. But that carbon dioxide is physical. So we can also do this physically as a carbogen. And so we find that in the carbogen tetrahedron, the carbon is 6, and it's surrounded by 4 oxygens, and the oxygens are 8. But carbogen is different from carbon dioxide. And as we know, there's always a physical reality and there's a plasmatic reality. And so if we're talking about the plasmatic condition, we're referring to the plasmatic carbogen. And so all of these have a stability because of this double bonding feature. So there's the oxygen has a gravitational stability, and even the water has a gravitational stability because the water molecule is composed of oxygen and hydrogen, but the oxygen is extremely large compared to the hydrogen. So it's the oxygen that gives it the gravitational stability. So there's a relationship likewise with carbon and hydrogen. And so how do you get the gravitational stability? Well, the problem is the asymmetric balancing of the 3 hydrogens. If you combine that with another, it suddenly becomes symmetric. Oddness versus evenness. And so this gives us a new flavor to the amino star. So we see that the amino star is composed of nitrogen, oxygen, carbon, and hydrogen. But it seems to be really overloaded with oxygen because the carbon has to be in a gaseous state, and it needs the oxygen to do that. And this is an anomaly. So when we look at silk, and we want to look at silk, and we see it as a fiber that's twisted and very strong. It's extremely strong. And it's made of 3 amino acids: glycine, alanine, and serine. And if you look at the chemical formation, there you are. The ratio is 3:2:1. 3 glycine, 2 alanine, and 1 serine as a composite. And the components are, well, there they are. Nitrogen, hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon in the form of CH3. Isn't that interesting? So the silk is used to make spider webs. And so it's some kind of silk GANs production, isn't it? And once a spider captures a victim, it injects a deadly enzyme that preserves the victim and wraps the victim in a silk cocoon. So this cocoon is a physically made cocoon, but the contents are dead. So regardless, if it's a cocoon made by silk ants, or if it's a cocoon made by the gants of a creature, that cocoon still preserves life. Or more importantly, that cocoon preserves. The life aspect of it isn't determined by the cocoon. The preservation is determined by the cocoon. So the life aspect is shared with the universal energies through the RNA. It's the RNA that does the modification. So if we're looking at an RNA modification of the caterpillar into a butterfly, it has to come through the RNA modification. And then we look at the DNA modification, which is a sharing adaptation of the earth space energies, right? So the caterpillar is earthbound and the butterfly is earthbound. So the DNA modification has to come about through this feedback radiance. And it has to involve the inner space spectrum. The inner space spectrum is common to the caterpillar and the butterfly. So something has to cause this change. So one of the things that do change the DNA, of course, is the pH, which is the potentiation of hydrogen. That's what pH stands for. And so we find with respect to the DNA that when it becomes alkaline, it shrinks. And when it becomes acidic, it expands. And so this shrinkage and this expansion is a deviation from the healthy normal or normalness. The normalness of the expansion of the DNA is healthy. So it's less than or greater than, it's unhealthy. But the pH affects the change. And so one of the things that we notice when we took x-rays, we find that we cannot see what is causing it. In other words, we cannot see the gravitational field effect. We can only see the materialization effect. And we find that the heart, in terms of when we were born, precedes the brain. And this is one of the reasons that we can't remember. But we find that the blood encapsulates the brain. The blood goes through the body, but encapsulates the brain. So the communication then has to come via a link. And so we find that that link is the family of emotions, which we've already discussed. The emotion of man, the emotion of physicality, the emotion of presence, the emotion of position, the emotion of vision. These are all part of man's space's point of view. But the emotion of knowledge is the soul space point of view. Obviously, the caterpillar is connected to the emotion of knowledge, but so is the butterfly. Well, that only makes sense because the caterpillar and the butterfly are one and the same. So there's a communication. So we find that this communication is on a plasma level, so it's a plasma com. And this plasma com affects growth. And we find that it's unseen and it's stable. And not only does it interact within the cells, but between the cells. And that too is stable. But when we see poor health, we find that this communication is disrupted. So how does the caterpillar change into a butterfly? It needs some kind of intermediary. And so that is either the cocoon or the chrysalis. And we find that once it's in that position, then it has to rely on its memory. Well, we've already ascertained that you, as you were born, can't remember. And so we talked about the creation of memory back in the basic understanding, way back on May the 3rd, 2021. And we've seen that memory is created through a rotating field, but this rotating field works as a spiral. So what are we talking about? We're talking about a plasmatic reality manifesting into a physical reality. And that physical reality is the memory. And so this is why we remember after we were born, because the memory has to be created from this spiral rotating field, you see. And the way it does that is it seems to follow this mathematic system, which we call the Fibonacci series. And just to review, this is where you take two numbers as a sum and form another number, as if to say 1 and 1 is 2, but you know, which one is 1? And is it the same as the other one? Well, we find that it's not. It follows a pattern. And this pattern seems to grow. And so the Fibonacci sequence, we talked about sequence provides the path, the pattern. And so we find that memory grows the same way. It grows in a rotating field and in terms of a spiral. And that spiral keeps getting larger and larger. And we've seen this in things like snail shells. And so some snail shells are smooth, but some snail shells have another growth on them. And it too is growing the same way in a spiral. So we talked about this amnesia we have at birth because of these memory boundaries. So can we consider the transmogrification from a cocoon that a butterfly goes through as a birth? Well, if we look at caterpillar memories, they seem to remember their experiences and they carry this forward as they become a butterfly. So the butterfly actually remembers the experiences of the caterpillar. Can you imagine if you remember the experiences of your birth? However, it becomes, a good rule to follow. Don't be cruel. Don't be cruel to caterpillars because they won't forget it. And the thing is, how does a caterpillar stay safe in a cocoon? It's dreaming, isn't it? So it's kind of replaced its reality. But then you find that if a predator were come near a chrysalis, it will begin to wiggle and shake. Shall we say, to kind of ward off the predator. So even while it's dreaming, there must be an emotion of knowledge that is at work. And there's definitely an emotion of physicality, isn't there? Because the cocoon is now aware of a predator within its proximity and reacts accordingly. So when we look at growth, and we talked about this in the general public teaching of March 14th of 2021, we find that this growth, as we've discussed, is in a rotating field, and it's a spiral. But, you know, because the snail inside the shell is also growing, it needs to have a larger shell. And so we find that this shell is like a prison. It also is protection, but it's also like a prison. So in fact, what the snail is doing is it's growing a larger prison. And it's growing this prison by converting the gans into a solid. The gans is soft. The gans is pliable, right? When you have your gans in a cup of life, you shake the cup of life, the gans moves around, doesn't it? The cup doesn't move around, the gans inside the cup moves around. And so we find that when we think about these nerves and how they grow as, which is part of the axon structure of the neuron. And this axon structure is in between the head of the neuron and the dendrites. And when you look at this axon structure, it kind of looks like a spine, doesn't it? But each of these axons grows in a spiral, but it has different dimensions. So therefore, it has to have a rotating field to grow this spiral. But then along the leading edge, this leading edge has to be built up. And so along the leading edge is another spiral. And so when you get the rotating field of the spiral and the rotating field of the leading edge, then you get the rotating field of either the myelin sheath or the snail shell. And so you see the relationship between the nerves, the monatomic gans, and the fatty acids. They all seem to be following the same principles. And how do they know this? Is this emotion of knowledge transcending everything? But, you know, we have another memory boundary. So what we remember is our collective growth, but we don't seem to remember what happens after we die. Well, how can you remember after you die? Because it's in the future, isn't it? But what we do see is that anaerobic bacteria will digest the body. And how does it know to do this? So this is part of the DNA, RNA emotion of knowledge, isn't it? It has to understand the difference between the life and the death. So in order for the spider to preserve its food, it has to put it inside a cocoon. In order for a caterpillar to preserve its life, it has to put it inside a chrysalis. And these are the boundaries of the memory. The memories are bound to the physicality. So what transcends the memory boundaries is the emotion of knowledge. And that emotional knowledge is connected to the soul. So there's a connection between the unconscious and consciousness. And so what the soul growth is taking this awareness and acceptance, which we get in life, which is all part of knowing and learning. And that leads to an awakening and a maturing. The ultimate is it's a liberating earthbound prisoners. If the earthbound prisoners are in a earthbound prison, are we living? Are we sentient beings? What's a sentient being? A sentient being grows. A sentient being has awareness. It has sensitivity. There are organic sentient beings. They're carbon-based, like us. They're inorganic, silicon-based, like Earth. Sentient beings have a soul. So let's look at a typical hidden pattern. We looked at this before in these other classes that I mentioned. And so we looked at here, we have a central field and we have 6 other fields around it. And it seems like an arbitrary pattern, but what we need to investigate is what are the constructs within this pattern. So fundamentally, we have a small hexagon in the center, but this hexagon grows. So we have second hexagon pattern, which is larger. And then we have these other patterns that form. And they form between the 6 fields around the hexagon pattern. And these are the hidden patterns and the constructs that they make. And so some are like an oval, and some are like a hexagon. And within this pattern, you have 2 different constructs. And this is the pattern of the daisy. And if you look at the center of the daisy, you find that it's made in hexagonal patterns. And then if you look at the petals, they're in flattened oval shapes. How does the daisy know to follow this pattern? Who wrote the pattern? Who wrote the daisy pattern? So you find that this pattern is a manifestation which we call protein building. So then these proteins come from amino acids. So the pattern was in the amino acids. So these are memory patterns, aren't they? And so when you look at the cornucopia shell of the snail, you see that it follows a pattern, and it's a very, very good pattern, isn't it? And the seashell, well, look at that. It actually has spikes on it, which also grow in a rotating fashion. So there has to be some kind of memory pattern which contributes to that. And the reason that it keeps going around in a spiral is because this is all part of the growth. And so this becomes the shell growth. And so there's a living organism within it. And so as the shell grows, the shell itself is grown by the host. The host is inside, and the host is making the shell. But these creatures live underwater. Well, so do lobsters, and look at the pattern that they create. Well, one of the things about the lobster, this shell is very hard. It's hard like a caterpillar shell. But a lobster does not create a cocoon unless you call the shell a cocoon. So how the lobster does it, it sheds the exoskeleton. This exoskeleton is a protection, but it's also a prison. And so for the lobster to grow, it has to shed this exoskeleton. And when it takes off that exoskeleton, it reveals a soft tissue. And at that point in time, the lobster has to go into hiding because now it's vulnerable to predators. So by taking off the outer shell, it reveals the gans underneath the shell. And this is soft so that it can expand. And it will expand to a new growth state. And at that point, and the lobster decides, and I don't know how he decides, but at that point, the lobster decides and the shell hardens again. And at that point, the lobster could come out of the shell or come out of hiding. And so his hiding place is kind of like a cocoon, wouldn't you say? And so we find that we've got a little problem with our biological family here, you see, because when we create new humans, they're children. And these children come out of the cocoon, which we call the placenta. And now, how do they grow? Because we can't shed our skulls, right? So we don't grow that same way. And we don't grow out of our skin. We don't shed our skin completely. And these bones are rigid. So how do we grow this skeletal prison? And so we see that there's a uniqueness with respect to calcium. Calcium is water soluble, but it's also water insoluble. And it's also in suspension in water. And we have a calcium gas. We know that because we do that from the cup of life. And so we find that our shells, which is actually a skull around our brain, has to be soft enough to expand, kind of the way the lobster expands, but we don't have the luxury of shedding the skull. The skull literally has to grow as the brain grows. And the bones of the body have to grow as the body grows. So we don't shed it like in a cocoon. We don't shed it like a lobster. We have to soften it, expand it, and then harden it again at another growth state. And so what this means is that when the caterpillar sheds his outside, the cocoon comes out, and that cocoon has to expand to accommodate the butterfly. So that cocoon comes from the inner space. When the lobster sheds his skin, the cocoon of his inner space has to expand beyond to accommodate the new lobster. When the child grows, the cocoon at the inner space has to allow for the growth beyond into adulthood. This all comes from the inner space of the cocoons. So we find that the cocoon is a manifestation in its physical state, the physical state being the lowest energy state, but it is affected by the carbon-14 connector, which is the intermediate state. But where's the connection? How do we know how much to grow? Because the caterpillar will transmogrify into a butterfly once, but a lobster will do the shedding of its exoskeleton several times. And each time it does it, it's a growth stage. And so we find that humans do the same thing. We grow in increments. We grow suddenly, and then we hit a plateau where we don't grow, and then we grow suddenly again. And so you find a youth, maybe, well coordinated, and then as a teenager, he becomes lanky and uncoordinated. And then once he gets into as a youth, he becomes more coordinated like he was before as a child. And so things grow in stages. So the connection between this intermediate stage and the physical energy state has to take into account another plasmatic manifestation. So there's a plasmatic manifestation and there's a physical materialization. And all of this done is through this conversion between the gravitational and magnetical field forces. Once we get into this physical materialization, then that becomes gravity and magnetism. And so we need to connect to this higher level. We can operate at the lower level, but if we want to grow, we need to connect to this higher level. This higher level, this higher plasmatic level on a soul basis. And so we find that within our genes that we have this asymmetric anomaly. We have 24 chromosomes. We have the carbon 24 on the highest level. We have the carbon 24 on the intermediate level, but we have 23 chromosomes. And so the way we get 24 is when we have two carbon fields coming together and they form a child. The parents are carbon 24. And so that becomes the radiance point. And that radiance point is the radiant U. And that comes from the launch field of this inertia field that comes from the emission of the rays and the absorption of the rays. And this is all done in combination with the PM ticks, which come from the rest of the universe. And so we see that you are part of your gravitational plasma, and you have this emission, and it's a magnetical plasma. But this magnetical plasma is part of your feeding and feedback radiance. So the characteristic of this magnetical plasma also contains a magnetical and gravitational relationship. This is what allows the radiance pole flipping. And so where you are attracted, where you are repelled, and you still have this gravitational stability. And so if we want to promote that, we have to do this through this radiance and inertia that is a magnetical stability. And so we have to elevate our emotions. So now we can define the manifestation in a different way. We see that the plasma feeding leads to manifestation, but it could be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible. And the connection is the emotionality. And so the emotion of presence is a form artifact of this energy in motion at that manifestation point. So what point is it? Is it the point of the caterpillar? Is it the point of the butterfly? Or is it at the point of the transition of the cocooning? And so if that's where it is, and we find that in a way, the caterpillar will dematerialize and the butterfly will materialize. But the dematerialization is from a point of physicality, and the rematerialization is within the point of physicality. And so it can do that with a cocoon or a chrysalis. Because it never leaves the earth space. So the enhancement units can do that. We can literally do this outer space feature on earth space. So let's be clear. When we look at the plasma matter dimensions, one is physical, that is gravitational, and one is plasmatic, that is magnetical. So when we look at the diversity, we find that there are inanimate souls like rocks, there are vertical souls like plants, horizontal souls like, well, I guess lobsters. And then there's the soul of humanity. All have souls, all are unique, all part of this earth space. And they're all connected through this plasma motion that is reflecting our natural creation and our natural decay. And lack of understanding does not account for this fudge factor. When we say, well, why is this happening? Why is not a question? Why is the answer? We have to understand better. We have to understand how the binding energies of this earth space are working, because it means absorption, attraction, gravitationally. And in order to do that, we have to elevate our energy paths. So that involves emission, repulsion. This is magnetical. The earth seems to know to do that. So we have this lust for this inertia field we call earth space. And so more energy is absorbed and more energy is emitted. And fortunately, it's a balanced gravitational stable field, because there's a lot of giving and taking that's going on. And if we work with that process, everything will be fine with our man space. That's how we grow. So we see that we have a soul and we have this physicality, which is interacting with our environment. And there's an emotional connection, and this emotional connection is represented by, well, it's represented by water, which makes things softer, and it's connected to GANS. GANS helps us convert. And so when we look at the earth and see that it has a soul and it has the magnetosphere, and we're operating in that in-between place we call the biosphere range, and that is pretty crusty. So below that crust is this soft spot, the magma GANS. And then we look at the atmosphere and we find that that's pretty soft, and that's why we're growing in that area. And so we've finally come to resolve this anomaly when we look at We have arms and legs, but the earth doesn't. Yes, but our souls live in cells as well. And when these cells work together, they work exactly the same way the earth works, where you have the gravitational core and the magnetical field around it. So what does that mean? That means the earth is our cocoon. We are growing on earth space. So when we were born, we came as babies. When we want to go into outer space, we want to leave as adults. Do we arrive in the new environment as babies again? Or can we go there as adults? If the cocoon preserves, whether it's living or dying, then the earth is the preserver of our man space. And we better take care of it. We better understand that energy binding is important because it's what makes us. Energy binding is important is because that's what makes our earth space. Then we have to follow the rules and not at the expense of others, but at the benefit of the manifestation point. That's why the pursuit of happiness is a launch field failure. You know, don't be cruel. Man has never launched a rocket into outer space because the earth space rules apply to the inner space or the outer space, all space, not just our tiny little perfect universe, but the whole planet. And the concept is that we had a preference for earth space and we chose it instead of Mars space. And so we were born from a radiance and we can't remember it, but we were born using this outer space system. And we were born to inner space, and our inner space remembers because we're growing on this earth space cocoon. And it's just part of our round trip, isn't it? And from here, we can carry on the plasma highway. So the outer space is not a place, it's a relationship between you and your radiance. It's a method of energy transfer. And this is important because energy is always in motion. So it's reflective of the dynamic soul plasma of the creator, of the earth, of the family of humanity, the soul of you, the man, and the soul of you, the body, and the soul of all that's in you, the soul of the cells. This is all part of the lust for life that we see as we bring science and the soul of man together for peace. And why do we want that? Because that's what we want, and not only what we want, but our excitable visitors want. And you see that, you know, they're coming from another reality dimension. And so by coming here, is this their cocoon dream? If this is their cocoon dream, where's our cocoon dream? We're never going to find it unless we cross this inner space peace bridge, because this is the magnetical stability of who you are. This gets you on the on-ramp of the plasma outer space highway. This is you. You are peaceful. You were born in peace. The butterfly was born in the peacefulness and security of the cocoon or the chrysalis. The peace stone is our inner space stone. And it is Earth's cocoon. and we need to feed it so that we can grow. This is what dreams are made of. And we are a witness to the change because we're going to transcend limitations of nuclear science. These limitations are imposed because of lack of ethics. And the ethics equals morality, compassion, and courage, because these are all the building blocks of creation. And this creation comes from the radiance of the emotion of knowledge. And it transcends, exceeds the speed limit of physicality. The plasma cocoon highway has no speed limit. And we say, well, the seeds obviously transmogrify. The seeds don't look anything like the product. Caterpillars transmogrify. Lobsters transform. Humans grow. And we can transport on Earth space, or we may transmute into outer space. Or we may transmogrify in outer space. And visitors may transmogrify in Earth space. Lots of possibilities. We're in the post-June the 6th era, June the 6th of 2022, and we could make choices, see our inner space manifest from the combination of the outer space point and the Earth space point. These are the field strengths that govern our inner space. And so we find that the limiting factors are slowly being dissolved. On May 26th is another milestone. One of the biggest problems affecting Earth space involves the children. They need to grow because this planet needs to grow. The children and this planet are intimately involved. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Teachings on plasma science, calling all Earth space sweethearts, fulfill your dreams by shedding the old limits of your soul growth. It's a World Peace Treaty, sign it. Sign it with your heart, sign it with a pen, and know that it's governed by your soul. Sign it with your soul. The emotion of vision allows fields of life choices free from boundaries or abuse. The universal community is your travel guide, and they offer you a map. It's called the Emotion of Position Map. Our Earth space cocoon protects our inner space emotional constructs. The earthbound soul family is looking for a transformation, a gravitationally stable transformation of the physical and emotional vitality, not only of us, but of this planet as well. And the connection is through the emotion of knowledge. That's a transmutation connection to that manifestation point, which connects us equally to the universal broadcast of the inner space of freedom. The plasma outer space highway is closed to Earth space cocoon abusers. Plasma highway speed limit is unlimited. The plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age, and thank you for allowing me to present this presentation. I hope you enjoyed the lesson.
Thank you, Alex. You're privileged to present, and we're privileged to listen to you. And again, many more teachings I'm sure you'll be delivering in the upcoming weeks and months as more people begin to take an interest in this science and technology. So you're well seasoned for the job. I'm sure people have questions. But before we go there, let's see if we can resolve Nikolai's issue. I think you're still here, Nikolai, and I think it's been resolved. I don't know if you had a chance to look in the Telegram. Keshe American
Hey,
Knowledge.
Mark. No, I have not. I have not yet looked in the Telegram chat.
Okay.
I'm on the road, so connection may be bad.
Okay. Leanna has everything you need, but unfortunately we have to ship from Hawaii. I do have the cup 1. I don't have enough cup 2 with amino acids to send it. But as I indicated in my chat to you, you may want to look at Gianni's presentation with the quote unquote blue elephant earlier in this meeting as a solution, as a potential solution.
Okay, yeah, I can go back and
no problem
listen about it at a later date.
No problem at all.
I'll reach out to Leanna if she's prepared to ship. That's amazing.
Yeah, she says she has it ready to go tomorrow.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
And thank
Much
you,
appreciated.
Randy, for suggesting we put that in the Keshe American Knowledge Team.
Right on. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Thank you, Nikolai. Well, I don't see Dean here, Alex. So he usually likes to ask a number of questions and make a number of comments. Would anyone else? I see Adelise. I don't remember you being here before. Ms. Morbeck? Would you like, are you here for the first time, or have you, I'm pretty sure I've seen you in other meetings, but have you been in this meeting before? If you're able to open your mic. Maybe you can just tell us who you are, where you're from. Okay, no problem. Alex, would you like to take some questions or?
Oh, certainly. I'm okay, Mark.
Okay. Well, let's open it up for the others to share something or ask a question or make a comment on what they just heard. I was wondering about this oxidation. I don't think I quite fully understand this. You know, we have the zinc oxide and the copper oxide. I've always heard that oxidative stress in individuals is not a healthy thing. And why is oxidation important in this science?
Mark, when you look at the relationship between hydrogen and hydrogen is 1, oxygen being 8 on periodic table of elements. And hydrogen is acidic and oxygen is alkaline. And when you look at the difference between each pH level, it's a logarithmic scale, which means it's an order of magnitude. So it's 10 times. If you add oxygen and hydrogen, it's 9, just under 10. So it's the most extreme connection that you can have within one energy field. And if you go beyond that, then you would have to change. So in other words, you would go, let's say you had a pH of 7. If you went beyond, you would get into 8. So you could go within that range. And so the oxygen is always feeding and it's breaking down into nitrogen and carbon. So you have this gradient, and that gradient carries a charge. And that charge manifests itself into hydrogen, and the hydrogen then becomes that magnetical energy, plasmatic energy, which is fundamental to all the creation. So either it's going to be absorbed by something, or it's going to go somewhere else. So in the process of decaying one oxygen, oxidizing, right? In the process of decaying one oxygen, you're creating something else. It's fundamental to creation. And you see, what is interesting is that we need the oxygen to breathe. And so in the process of breathing, we create the carbon dioxide, but we don't choke. We don't die with the carbon dioxide because we know that the carbon dioxide is heavier than air. And that if you are within a carbon dioxide atmosphere, heavy carbon dioxide atmosphere, you will asphyxiate. With the CO2 generators, however, we can use them to put out a fire. And so we are literally taking the oxygen out of the atmosphere and combining it with the carbon, aren't we? But the difference is that any living organism within that forest fire would survive. So clearly, the plasmatic CO2 is different from the physical CO2 in the air. Therefore, the plasmatic oxygen is different from the physical oxygen.
Right, it's a giver of life rather than a taker of life in the matter state CO2, as I understand it. I think this is what Mr. Keshe was explaining. When you burn the CH4, you'll...
Or you create carbon dioxide and water.
Right. But how much water do you actually create in that process? I didn't think it was a lot. I know I have a drip. Well, maybe that's on the gas side. I was thinking of this drip leg, but actually burning it, I mean, in the matter state, we're not really releasing any water, but with the plasmatic methane, you would create water. This is what Mr. Keshe seems to be indicating, and people can drink that water, or it doesn't seem like there would be a lot of water. Maybe you don't need a lot of
Oh, it's a phenomenal amount of water. Don't.
It is, okay.
Oh, yes. So you have to look at the difference between fire and nanocoating, right?
But not in the matter state. The the methane in the matter state doesn't really release any water that I've noticed, because I have a stove and I use it. I don't see any water forming. But that's matter state methane. As he said, it's a different creature.
Okay, the difference is that we're burning that methane. Okay, so the thing is that the methane, like, you produce methane, right? And you're not getting hurt by it. So that is a plasmatic methane, you know, that you're creating. The decomposition of matter state, if you will, is an anaerobic situation, and that's in the physical state. These different energy states, not only do they operate at different orders of magnitude, but they operate with different characteristics. So if you're going from a plasmatic state to a physical state, we're talking about nuclear decay. If you're going from a physical state into a plasmatic state, you're talking about nuclear creation.
Okay, we'll have to think about that a little bit. Because I know there were two gas reactors. One was a CO2 plasmatic generator, wasn't it? And the other was the methane.
Yeah, but you understand that, Mark, we have a CO2 capture unit and we have a CO2 generator. Don't you find that strange? Those are two different products. So, you know, what are we capturing? We're capturing the physical CO2. What are we generating? We're generating the plasmatic CO2.
And this becomes the soul elevator, yes?
Well, most definitely, because we are in this cocoon we call Earth, and we're growing. And in order to grow, we have to, well, we don't elevate the soul, we accommodate the soul. And so the soul is actually creating what it wants to create. It's up to us to listen to it. It's when we disconnect from our soul that we run into this problem, you see. So you ask yourself the question, how does man transform into a peaceful being? Well, in order for man to transform, he has to be peaceful. So a caterpillar has to be peaceful to transform into a butterfly. It won't work in any other way. And so that's the connection to the ethos of the universe. And the connection is transmitted emotionally. The emotional carrier is the carbon-14. And since it's in the midpoint, in the mid-level, depending on which way you're going, if you're going to a higher level, then you know you're creating, and if you're going to a lower level, then for lack of a better word, you're decaying. But that's all that means. Either way, it's a creation of some sort. And this is a key point. The physicality is an enhancement of the human condition. This is a wonderful bonus. It's not something to be frowned upon.
Okay. So as we release these gases, I know Mr. Keshe had said many times, depending on how much energy he puts into the Universal Body Enhancement unit, the elevation of the soul happens and the diseases basically just fall away. So if we're breathing this plasmatic gas, will that happen as well? Or once a person gets cancer, will he have to be then processed through the system? Physically processed through the system?
Both things happen. So let's say if you want to transit on Earth, you will enter the unit as a person, as a human. You will exit as a human. If you go to another planet, you will enter as a human. You could exit as a human, provided that the environment has been created to mimic the Earth. If that environment is not present, then you will literally have to transmogrify. It's a radical transmutation.
You say in transmute, yes.
Yeah. So the transmutation of itself is as the lobster does. He sheds his skin, but he's still a lobster underneath. Wherein a caterpillar sheds his skin, eventually becomes a butterfly. That is extreme. When a seed sheds its shell, it will transmogrify into a plant that doesn't look anything like its seed, does it?
Right.
So this becomes a radical transmutation. So all of this falls under the umbrella of transmutation. And however, we're just talking about the degree of transmutation. So we're now seeing that there is a clear difference in our physicality. And the reason for that is because we have to take into account the environment. Well, what is the impact of that? Well, on Earth, our soul has created the human species, but the caterpillar soul has created a butterfly. The birthing of the caterpillar is not complete. The birthing of the caterpillar has to have an intermediate stage, at which point it goes into a cocoon again and then exit the cocoon, because clearly the butterfly is in the same cocoon that we're in. So each of these souls are manifesting on Earth space according to their field strengths, and they're enhancing or diminishing their position with respect to Earth space. If a lobster were to go to the moon, and if that Earth space was there, he would transmute as a lobster. The reason being is because whatever created him came from his soul. And that's the same with us. Whatever created us came from our soul. But because we're intimate with the environment, then we're getting a feedback from that environment. And in this case, the humanity has been quite detrimental to the environment. And so all of us are paying the consequences of that. So the message that I've been trying to give forward with this intermediate series is that the physicality is a feature. Thou shalt not kill is a universal law. And man, being part of the universe, has to obey that. So it's easy to do that. It comes naturally because it comes from the soul. So we have a problem where, for some reason, man fights another man. Very unnatural. And that's done on a physical basis. It doesn't come from the soul level. So the way all these creatures transmute or transmogrify from the soul level, we have to do the same thing. And when we do that, then the reason for the fighting and the killing will have evaporated, because that's coming from the lowest energy, and it'll basically be dissolved. So the new energy will be coming from the soul level, and that energy is life-giving. And the reason for life is to learn and to grow, and that's why we came here.
Right. I guess if the lobster appeared on the moon as a lobster, as he said about us, we haven't done much. It's the interaction with the other creatures of the universe where we would be outside of the dome that this real interaction starts to take place, and we start understanding it. I think, the transmutation. We're going to have to do it at some point, I would think.
Well, we have to do it because the universal community has been waiting. And it isn't just waiting for humanity, it's looking forward to humanity succeeding with this, shall we say, mission.
Are they waiting to be taught as well, or to share?
So this belief that they are advanced species, I contend that they have a different capability than we do, insofar as, you know, maybe they can operate in a different reality or in a different dimension, and we can't in our physicality, unless we recognize that in our dream state we can. So every night when we go to dream, we are actually commingling with them. So we do have that capability. It's just not understanding it or recognizing it. So the thing is that the physicality is something that they can't do. They can't do unless they're in a lower state, an intermediary state, where they can operate that way. And so they use that to their advantage. And we become the intermediaries or the proxies, whichever you wish to say. And so the earth is suffering as a result of that. So my contention is that if they could, they would, but they can't. And so they have assigned us to do that. And that's our responsibility. And so there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, it's just a matter of understanding what the limitations are, and we find that the plasma science has no limitations. So we find that the physical side is imposing limitations. Of course, it's many lowers of magnitude order of field strength. So we want to play on a higher field strength. And we find that that field strength is beyond the nefarious forces that are operating at this point in time, which are preventing us. And we seem to believe that. So, you know, do we believe our experiences or do we experience our beliefs? Well, our experiences are from the physical, but our belief is from the soul. And you better believe it because you were born. And you will believe it on May the 26th, that's for sure.
Yes, that's oh, you just had it, I think. Yes, yes. And this is something we can also change. And as someone said, we don't need the wish anymore. But Mr. Keshe in this teaching said we wish and we pray to bring this change when he was talking about the elevation of the soul of the children. So we're still going to be using wishes, I believe. The wishes are not old school, let's say.
No, the wishes are an emission. And so the emission has to come from the soul level. Okay, it has to carry the highest energy. And if you're carrying a wish from a higher level, then you're wishing on behalf of. If you're wishing on a physical level, then that answer is selfish. If you're wishing on a selfish level, that wish will not come true.
Yeah, you short-circuited the whole process, I think. Okay, let's see if someone else would like to bring a question or make a comment or open your mic.
Mark, I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody for allowing me to present, and I want to thank everybody for spending their valuable time with this session. It's what makes this meeting so strong and allows us to commit this to memory.
Yes, this collection of energies here. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's very, very strong. And you know, we have to understand that there's an underlying pattern. And if we fail to really grasp that, we have to grasp this fact. Most people now know that there's something wrong. And the problem with that is that they probably don't have a solution. And if you know that something's wrong and you don't have a solution, that can be very distressing. So I think all of us here, you know, are pretty calm insofar as we know that we have a solution. We're just not calm because it's taking so long. But it's clearly showing the path. And we don't follow the path. We have to go down that path because that's the path. It isn't just the path of least resistance. It's the path of most abundance and most effectiveness. And those who want to follow that path, can we say, can follow in the jet stream, things will move much quicker.
Yes, apparently there's going to be a fast track that the knowledge seekers are on, and then the slower track some of the others are on, but our function, I guess, will be to teach them or bring them up into the fast track. I believe Mr. Keshe was hinting at something like this process that's going to be taking place in the very near future as people become interested. And I think the World Peace Treaty will also be quite popularized. One another may be asking, have you signed the World Peace Treaty, this collective awareness of giving to create this position of change, perhaps? Any other thoughts from anyone? Or something you'd like to share with the rest of us? Alex, I noticed about 45 minutes ago while you were doing your presentation, you wanted me to do the countdown, but yet I looked and I just happened to look, but you didn't start the recording on your system. I don't know if you noticed that, or was there an issue there?
Oh, man.
I just noticed maybe 30-40 minutes, and I said, I'm not going to interrupt you now, but we have copies. Randy is recording. I'm recording. We'll be putting this in, so you'll have the copy of the recording. But
I can't believe it. With all the fussing at the beginning.
With all that practice, counting from 15 backwards and everything.
I was so focused on getting that recording message off, I forgot to turn on the recording.
Yeah, that happens to me too. I had almost forgotten to bring up Nikolai's request, and I was going to do it. Then I saw him after your presentation. Then I saw him come into the meeting. Randy suggested putting it into the Keshe American Knowledge Team, and within minutes, Leanna responded. But that's unfortunate. We have to ship from Hawaii to South Carolina at this point. But I've asked Nikolai to review what Gianni shared, which may be another option for his friends to take a look at. But I didn't have enough of the cup 2 and the amino acids. I have plenty of the cup 1 and amino acids, but not the cup 2. But I think it'll get resolved in the next day or two.
Well, that's a clear demonstration of what happens if you fly solo.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want to fly solo. That's why it's a team. This is the knowledge team. And that's what makes us strong.
Correct. The souls are working together. Again, no coincidences. And this is one of the things we're going to have to start realizing more and more. That they have been working together for longer than we've been aware of. And again,
well, you notice.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. You notice that I brought in references to previous classes, and that's one of the reasons I'm doing these classes is because, you know, with over 6,000 hours, it's just really difficult for people to, you know, consume all of that knowledge and all those references. And it's just impossible to put all of that into one lesson. You know, how many times do I get someone asking me, you know, well, can you tell me about plasma science in 35 seconds? You know, so well, I can't tell you in 6,000 hours either. But well, yes, we can. It's just that, you know, we have to have a better understanding, and we have to rely on our emotional knowledge, because that's what tells us the truth. You see, I realized this when I had, shall we say, a lot of extra time. Poverty does that to you, and so I spent that time at the library. You know, I figured, well, if I, you know, if I was going to increase my wealth, and I couldn't do it financially, at least I could increase my wealth of knowledge. And unfortunately, I realized very quickly that there's so many books in the library that, you know, it would take me multiple lifetimes to read all the books. So I had to come up with a way, with a system, to figure out what was important and what was not, and that system had to be quite accurate, so that I would have a complete picture. And I got very good at it. And so it got to the point where I could look at a whole section and just discount it as not something that was relevant to the situation. We have this situation on the internet right now. And I think we all understand that there's probably, because of the control of the media, maybe out of 100 people on the internet, 99 are there to waste your time. And you know, what we call clickbait, if you will, and then, you know, everybody's looking to monetize their site. And you know, I guess if they figure that one site is successful, then they can copy that. And but the copy is a regurgitation. It's nothing unique. So one of that 100 might be the unique one. And if you can find that link, then you don't have to go through the other 99 to determine that the link that you have is the important link. So what we've come to the point to realize is that there's something wrong. And to regurgitate what is wrong is not helpful unless it exposes the cause of the problem specifically in such a manner that you can address it. But even if you could, the magnitude of the problem is beyond the individual. So like we talk about the team, we also talk about the soul team, the soul family. And so this is what is truly wonderful. 8 billion people on this planet. 86% of those people believe in peace, intimately believe in peace. The other 14%, they believe in money. And so at that point, they're willing to sell their souls to, shall we say, fulfill those dreams. But there are billions, many billions, who have been here before. And even though you say, well, our generation may be the largest generation, so, you know, a previous generation may have only been, let's say, you know, 6 billion. And then the previous generation may have been only 4 billion. If you start to add up all these generations, it's going to come to a lot of souls having been here and tried to make things work. And for whatever reason, mission was not completed. And when we look at the history, and we see that the modern day history, if we were to say that that goes back to the pyramids, so that's 12,000 years, you know, it's not a long time compared to the Earth history, but it's a long time for our history when we consider that a generation is 20 years, or an average lifespan, you know, is 60 to 120 years. So it's enormous. And so when you look at the zodiac and you say, well, who is actually looking at, you know, clocks that include 2,160 year increments? Well, it's certainly not our current generation, is it? Because our expectancy is under 120 years. So it means that the connection that is affecting us and the inertia that is behind us, the emotion of knowledge and the volume, the position, the strength is way more than the 8 billion that are on this planet today. And that's what's changed. That is what's changed. We don't have to look at the library of each and every one of those souls. There's a collective soul that's in operation. You know, I'll just give you a case, and please indulge me. My father used to work at a veterans hospital. And what bothered me is going to these veteran hospitals, and they're, of course, veterans from the wars. And they kind of lost their marbles. And what they talk about all day is rehashing their battles as if they were yesterday.
The internals.
Yeah.
What's going on within their mind or their physicality.
Yeah, but you remember when the captain said, you know, go over that ridge and, you know, throw the grenade over there, or, you know, scout out this thing and report back. And, you know, you slid down the hill, and, you know, all the little details of the whole thing, but they regurgitate it day after day after day, and it's what keeps them going. And I soon came to realize that, you know, if you have 10 men in a room and they're all 70 years old, that is 700 years of knowledge. And I was, you know, 25 at the time. And I'm looking at, and I'm thinking, well, these guys are stupid, but you know what? They have 700 years of knowledge, and I only have 25. I have no right to call them stupid. I have no right to be arrogant in that regard. In fact, why are we locking these guys up in these homes? Why are they not, you know, sharing? You know, when I went into some of these senior homes, they put the youngest people on the top floors and the oldest people on the lower floors. And you get in the elevator and you go one step at a time. You know, if you're in a 10-story building, the elevator stops at each and every floor, and a progressively older person walks onto the elevator. By the time you get to the second floor, you need a wheelchair. I mean, you're 25 and you need a wheelchair, okay? Because you're surrounded by all these old people. And I'm thinking, well, the reverse would be true, wouldn't it? If these old people were surrounded by young people, wouldn't they feel young? That's what's missing. We don't need to isolate our old people into homes and put them away to pasture like cows, you know, just waiting for the slaughterhouse. That's not what life is about.
No,
life is about sharing knowledge. Yeah.
I've worked in these places over the years when I was younger and so on. And then I had to see my father in one of them for a short period of time. But yes, the care from 20 or 30 years, 40 years ago is much less. And it was terrible then. And today it's, again, we shouldn't be warehousing these people. They have a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience to share with the younger people. And hopefully.
Yeah, so if we take 800 billion souls, or pick a number, okay, we have 8 billion today, but in our history, let's say we have 800 billion, and let's say the average life was I don't know, 50 years, let's say. Okay, so what is that? That's 40 trillion years of knowledge compared to your grand age. You're 60 or what? So try and compare that, and you say, man, you don't know anything, really. It's not possible. And like Mr. Keshe says, oh, we just scraped the surface. Yeah, because we have trillions and trillions of years of knowledge that have gone on this planet, and we don't have to regurgitate it. Everybody, the entire history knows that there's unfinished business. Something is wrong. What we need to focus on is what is right, what is working. And what is working now is working on a higher energy state, because one, it elevates us, and two, we can't be brought down by the others. They're going to have to join us. They are going to have to join us. That's the universal rule. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, it's quite comforting to know that the soul has all the knowledge. Originally, I was thinking we have so much to learn and so much to remember and to know, but apparently it comes to you at the point of need. Not so much that you'll have all the knowledge all the time, but when you need to tap into it, it'll be there through the soul. Rather than trying to go back and, gee, I remember Alex's class, but I don't remember everything in it. This is an important point for me right now. But the soul, as he said, there's no tanks in the universe. I think he was answering Peter's question about saving fields into a container so that we could use them later, or other things. He said we don't see that, the Creator, doing any of this saving and tanking and carrying it with you. It's all there, and at the point of need, at the proper time, it will appear. So this is a comfort to me, that we don't have to know every detail. The soul knows it, and will function that way.
So let's wrap this meeting up in a nice cocoon of silk.
Sure.
And stay tuned for the next exciting episode. What do you think?
What, you don't like cashmere? Okay.
I have an affinity for Gans.
Good. Anyone else have anything else they'd like to share? I know it's midnight in Europe, so let's bring this meeting to an end. I'm going to play the Keshe coin and the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. The testimonial meeting is tomorrow. So if you have anything you'd like to share, that's at 8 p.m. in the public Zoom room, 8 p.m. CEST time in the public Zoom room, 939-474-503. Okay, no one else has a comment or something they'd like to share? Great. Thank you very much, Alex, and all the knowledge seekers. We're all here adding the field strength. The souls have brought us along here, and they seem to know what they're doing more than our physicality. So thank you all. Okay, Gail is coming back, and we're just about ready to close this meeting. Is there anything you'd like to add, Gail? I see you've just come back into the meeting. I don't know how long you were gone, but if anyone has any last thoughts or comments, please feel free. Thank you, Gianni, for sharing. and the rest. It's all coming together quite nicely. And again, maybe in a different shape and form than we thought it was going to be delivered originally, with wellness centers and vertical units and horizontal units. It seems like it's all going to be worked out through the gas in a way, at least the initial steps of it. But he did say that the city that they're testing, the crime wouldn't be there, the stealing wouldn't be there, the hungriness would not be there, and people will have what they need. And this is it. I mean, you cannot tell a fella to stop stealing. Why are you stealing? And he says, I'm stealing so I can feed my family. Otherwise, my kids go hungry. If we don't offer some alternative or meet that need, then that person will continue to steal. Same with many women. They go into prostitution. Well, why are you become a prostitute? This is the only way I know to feed my children. But now we know there's going to be a different way of approaching this. And so this will be the correction of the misfunctions of the physicality, because now you can't only tell them not to do it. You have to provide the needs. And I think through these systems of the Keshe Foundation, the wellness, the feeding, the energy will be supplied. And at the same time, the elevation of the soul. So it's a beautiful package put together by Mr. Keshe and the universal community. And again, this is a pattern, I'm sure, that's been employed across the universe. As Mr. Keshe said, he's been doing this same sort of work for millions of years around the universe. So this is the elevation of the creation. And we'll go out and do the same, or create perfect galaxies, universes, solar systems, and stars and planets. Okay, if there's no other comments, thank you all for joining. We'll see you in the testimonials on Monday, the One Planet, One Nation, One Race on Tuesday. We have the reactor group on Wednesday, 7 a.m. CEST, and of course the Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday. Thank you, Alex, again. Thank you, Knowledge Seekers, for being here and adding to the field strength. We thank your souls, and we also thank your physicality. Okay, I'm going to play the Keshe coin. Final disclaimer, the meeting will come to an end. Thank you all.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.